And with those sounds, bowling balls crashing into pins, it's another weekend for the USBC collegiate schedule, and it's another opportunity to bring you some of the best in the collegiate landscape here on Bowl TV. Good evening. Oh, well, not yet. Good morning.
Good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Big River Bowling for the 2019 Leatherneck, the women's division here in Davenport, Iowa. Joined by Shannon Sellens.
Hello.
And you may know Shannon. She made the show this year at the U.S. Women's Open. Always a very tough competitor when she is on tour, and she's so good that she only bowls a few events every year and manages to make shows. And that's when you know that someone's pretty solid.
Well, that's very nice of you to say.
So we appreciate Shannon. She will be with us today, of course, and tomorrow, and talk about some of the best teams in collegiate bowling and give her insight on what she's seeing out here on the lanes, what we might expect potentially as well. We've got 6 traditional team games today, meaning 6 games, 5 players. Each will bowl 1 game, of course. There are substitutions allowed. Most of you are familiar with college bowling at this point, but for those of you who may not be, that is what you have. So tomorrow we'll get into 16 Baker games, and then there will be a bracket where 8 teams.
8 teams, yes.
After today's qualifying, tomorrow's Baker games will advance to the bracket. So we appreciate everyone tuning in as we begin things. College of St. Mary, I believe Hawkeye Community College on 39 and 40, and then Lincoln Memorial and Wichita State. Pretty good cross here to start on 41 and 42. And for some of those lineups and who we might see bowling right now, let's give away to Shannon. And Shannon, who we got bowling on these lanes?
Looks like with College of St. Mary on lane 39, we have Lexi in the lineup in the number 1 position. Starting off pretty strong, actually. They all look pretty lined up. It's great. Kylie, who goes by Kai, it looks like, in number 2 position. Mary, and then Anna, followed up by Haley in the anchor position. Looks like pretty strong start for College of St. Mary. Bowling against Hawkeye Community College on lane 40. We have Ashley in the number 1 position, Jada, followed by Lucy, Cassidy, and Natalie. These girls look very excited this morning. Very.
I tell you what, I would be excited. Maybe not tomorrow because tomorrow we start at 8. But
exactly.
10:30 start. You can't help but be excited about that.
I don't ever remember us having this late of a start whenever I was bowling in college. So this is kind of nice, actually.
All right, folks, appreciate everyone again tuning in. Please let us know. I see Chris saying some things in regards to the audio, so please let us know how the audio sounds. I tried to do something different this week in regards to audio. It sounds good in my headphones, but if you hear something different, drop that in the chat. Hello
Definitely.
to and Jeff.
Stacy looks like.
Stacy, Natalie.
Right.
I assume that's someone related to Natalie because Natalie is definitely here. I saw her yesterday. In fact, there she is. She's in the settee area right now. So
We like it.
one quick note in regards to the scoreboards, you'll see that they do produce a little flicker. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about that. Just I'll ask you to bear with us on that part. If they begin to get too much for you, or perhaps even in some situations they may cause trouble, just let us know, and I'll probably periodically remove those for a little bit, bring them back so you can see some score updates, remove, bring them back, etc.
All right. I guess we can continue also with the other lineups for Lincoln Memorial. and Wichita State, who are on 41 and 42. As Emil's giving me notes right now. So for Lincoln Memorial, you'll see them, pink jerseys. Haley in the number 1 position, Shania, Alexa, Sabrina, and Heather as the anchor bowler this first game. They are currently bowling on the same pair as Wichita State, who started on 42. Wichita starting off with Sarah, followed up by Caitlin Rudy, Madison in the number 3 position, Sierra, and then anchored by Addie Herzberg. Overall decent start for the ladies, it looks like. I'll tell you what, I miss this college atmosphere. There's something about college bowling that is just different, and you don't really understand it, I think, unless you get in it or you're immersed in it like this each weekend.
And I was going to say that please just talk a little bit about your collegiate experience. Most of the folks know at this point that I went to Lindenwood and et cetera. So now that we have someone new in the booth who did compete collegiately, let's briefly talk about where you went, how you got started, and obviously we're through a frame and you're already raring to go back to college bowling.
I still have a couple years of eligibility, actually. I mean, I feel like I could be a mom on a team, but no, I actually, for those who don't know, bowled for Wichita State, so it's kind of exciting to see the girls actually in front of me this first game. I grew up bowling in Kansas City.
By the way, folks, we didn't plan that. Just let you know. It just happened to be Wichita first.
A great coincidence this first game. No, I bowled for Wichita State 01 to 03. Had a great couple years down there, actually. Our girls lost, unfortunately, in the national championship match to Morehead State my freshman year, but we had a great year. Had some awesome seniors leading us. And then my sophomore year, we finished in the top 3, I want to say. It was good. It was good. Our boys won my sophomore year, so we actually got to see all of it. But that was Sean Rash's 2003. Yeah. Nathan Bohr, Sean Rash. People know them obviously from the PBA tour. Sean just made the US Open telecast.
He did.
So, but yeah, college bowling, I didn't really know what to expect until I got into it, and I will say the tournaments were so much fun. I had the best time, and it's just the atmosphere is like electric. It's, I love the pro tournaments. I love the PBA stops. I love the majors, but there's just something about team bowling in this atmosphere that, is just exciting. So, and the girls have fun with it. I remember the first time I heard cheers. I want to say it was probably when Stephanie UCF, and I still remember them. All these years later, it's been a few more years than I'd like to admit since I've been in college, but no, definitely. I absolutely loved college bowling. So I laugh that I do have 2 years of eligibility left, and I'm like, never know. I could go back and get my master's and bowl for a school. We'll just add one more thing for me to do right now. So
listen, the opportunity is there, certainly.
Absolutely. And I try to tell that to the girls that I coach back home, too, that aren't really fully aware of the opportunities out there for female athletes. Just getting in and getting more of this experience. So instead of just going to school, you can really be a part of something. So it's great.
Let's see. Good question in regards to what they're bowling on today.
Have we seen a lane pattern? I did not see a lane pattern.
No, but I believe it is the Keckle Radium.
Okay.
A 37-foot pattern, 25.01. So just about, just over, of course, 25 mils of oil. So a bit on the shorter side.
Yes.
What's the first thing that comes to mind for you as a player when you hear the distance and the volume? What do you think? And what are you thinking from a plan of attack?
Definitely looking at distance. I think personally over volume. Me personally, that's what I do. And I'm thinking shorter patterns. Obviously, you're going to play right to start. That's just first thing that happens in my mind. Getting behind the ball. Obviously, you don't really want it to change direction a lot. You want to get it going, rolling forward. But I like shorter patterns. For that instance, I like being able to play a part of the lane that not everybody can play. Volume, obviously, in today's bowling climate, I think can be overcome by a lot of other things when it comes to ball surfaces. But I definitely think when it comes to patterns, the shorter they are for me, I always tend to start right and then go from there and figure out what's going to give me the best line to the pocket. Keeping the ball in play is always really important for me, so I don't want to get into trouble, especially too early. So
I think last week, what was the distance last week? 40?
40 feet. I will say one of my favorite Kegel patterns is Montreal, and I want to say it's about 41 feet. You have to play pretty straight up 4, 5, 6. You can't really get a lot of left to right motion or the ball's never going to recover. So patterns like that I actually really like, anywhere from 37, 38 to like 42 feet. I really like personally to bowl on. So, which I feel like our U.S. Open pattern was pretty similar in length, the one that we bowled on the show. So
that was a very good shot there from Shania Carr. And Shania, if I'm not mistaken, a transfer from Texas Southern University. I remember seeing her at the SWAC championship within the last 2 seasons, and now over at Lincoln Memorial. Someone with certainly a lot of talent. As same thing with all of these players here. Again, we are behind lanes 39 through 42. We'll be here throughout the week. So all day today, of course, our 16 Baker games tomorrow. Then we'll do what we got to do to get the bracket matches, of course.
It was a great shot by Madison as well on lane 42. She wrapped a 10-pin, but looked really solid at the line.
Are you already seeing teams kind of play where you would think they would play on this type of pattern with this length?
Definitely. I mean, you're always going to have, I think, some players that maybe might not be that comfortable in that part of the lane that are always going to maybe cheat a little to where they're a little bit more comfortable. But I feel like, just using Wichita as an example, obviously, lane play was always such a big thing when I was there. And I think, obviously, it's continued in that nature even after. So I think you're going to see them probably attack the lanes a little closer to where they should be based on what the pattern looks like and where the oil is. And then they're going to probably migrate off of that. I see some of the girls playing a little bit further left and having a little trouble crossing over. I say Brooklyn, but obviously being in New York, everybody calls it Jersey. I have to remember not to say that so people know what I'm talking about. But I think you're going to see some great shots starting out on the fresh right now. And then, obviously it's going to get interesting as they start to break down and move pair to pair just because of how people are starting on them. So this could get interesting.
Definitely Lincoln Memorial has the right idea. They've got already a couple of players. That was Heather Trapp in the anchor position. And Heather pretty much playing them right to left. And, she was almost on the half board from our angle when that one was released. So Lincoln Memorial off to a pretty decent start, but I'm going to, based on the scoreboard, some approach issues potentially. Whenever you see a couple fouls up there.
That one's always tough.
Always important to, and I'm sure obviously they did that. Testing the approaches when you get in. Is that over or underrated? Testing the approaches as soon as you get to the bolts.
I do that, obviously, especially if the approaches are synthetic. I don't worry as much on wood approaches. I usually am most comfortable on wood approaches, but you obviously never know, especially with the elements outside, depending on how cold the building is. When was the last time they really cleaned them? But definitely you always want to give it a good slide just in case. I think my fear is I don't test the approach and the first thing I do is fall on my face. We never want to do that, but I definitely want to always take a couple practice slides, obviously in the middle part of the lane, but also towards the left if I'm shooting a lot of 10 pins, because I think when you make really good shots, that's what you're going to see a lot more of, leaving corner pins, wrapping corner pins. So I always do a little testing in those areas and then go from there. But I personally don't worry as much on approaches as I do on synthetic. Even with shoes today, I always feel like I have I don't always match up with synthetic approaches. I've been on some really, really great ones and some that I feel like I'm walking on concrete outside. So let's see, Addie Herzberg sparing up in the anchor position for Wichita. Single pin spare misses. Always a tough one. Always a tough. That's a tough miss. It's just should be very routine. And it's always interesting when you see multiple misses in a row. Sometimes you have to take a step back and really just clear your head and go again. And I don't think everybody always does that.
That's an interesting point. Are you referring to kind of your own process?
Yeah.
Basically?
Definitely. I mean, sometimes you can throw a really great shot and leave a spare. And I think there's times when, I know me personally, you get a little hyped up at the fact that it was such a great shot. You miss, and then you miss the spare just because you haven't put that aside and focused on making the spare. And it it can throw you off. And, just watching, who's on 40 right now?
Right now, that looks like
it's Hawkeye. Yes. Jada Rock. She's a couple, she started out with a double, started out really strong, and then went open. So hopefully she can regroup and come back strong and make a great shot. Sometimes it's not always about controlling past the release. You really can't control that. So it's making the best shot you can make and then sparing up if you leave anything. And she's way left of, I think, a few of the other girls on her team right now, crossing over.
If you're just joining us, this is game one. We'll have 6 traditional team games today here at the Leatherneck Classic. This is the women's division. And this event has continued to expand, so much so that the tournament director, Sean Walkner, now has 4 total centers that are involved in hosting this event. 2, of course, the varsity, and 2 JV centers as well. It's probably the most, or I should say, well-attended Tier 2 event. Mm-hmm. It could probably very, very easily be a Tier 1.
Absolutely.
Just from the competition and the teams that do come to the event alone. On the women's side is our number. I'll double check that.
I believe so. Yes, 34. I did mention it's great to see some of these colleges that have teams now that obviously when I was in school didn't have teams. So it's great to see with obviously the expansion of the NCAA, those schools, but then also more and more colleges creating this opportunity for women to compete at the collegiate level. It's just outstanding.
The ability to, that's a common thought in regards to new programs. Certainly when we were in school and towards the end of my time, we started to see teams like a Calumet College, teams like Robert Morris, Illinois.
Absolutely.
Or new programs. Now those programs are looked at as an established veteran, if you will, and the cycle kind of keeps repeating itself, which is great. And I feel within the last 5 years, just an explosion of new and young programs out. I do think the mentioned NCAA and also the NAIA has had a lot to do with that as well. They've recognized bowling, and for many schools who were NAIA, they've generally always recognized bowling, but now the governing body at the NAIA level has recognized it to the point where they've offered a national title.
Oh, great.
As well, which
I did not know that,
changed
actually.
the game in that sense.
It's funny mentioning that because I look at schools like an established program, obviously like a Wichita State, and then when you have Newman, which is also in Wichita, headed by Billy Murphy, they were really a very young program just starting out towards the end of my collegiate career, mid-2000s, I want to say. And now they're becoming a very big force to be reckoned with in the collegiate bowling world. So it is great to see this many opportunities. Oh, I thought she had that on 40, the anchor bowler for Hawkeye, Natalie Leach. It was a great attempt at that 4-9.
Emil Williams Jr., that's my name. The voice you hear, the second voice, definitely not me. Obviously, most of you have probably figured that out, but that is Shannon Collins.
Hello, hello.
And Shannon's going to be here this week, and at least a couple more of us, right before the end of this year, correct?
Yes, have a few more coming up. One more this month. At the end of November, we are going to the collegiate team match games.
Okay.
One of my favorite tournaments. It's changed locations a few times, I think, since I got out of school, but I will say there's nothing better than Baker bowling. I absolutely love it, and I tell everybody, no matter what sport you're in, it is the epitome of team sports. So yeah, the collegiate team match games weekend after Thanksgiving. I will say it was the only time I missed Thanksgiving at home.
That's a very interesting point. That always did present some trouble.
Yes.
Not that there was trouble, just more of if you used to or planned to go home, you had to get
definitely
somewhat strategic if you wanted to do that. There were 2 squads in that event, generally, so if you were lucky enough maybe to be in the afternoon squad, and maybe that helps you get home and be back at a decent time.
Definitely.
The first year I bowled, me and my friend Andre went home, and we bowled the morning squad.
Okay.
And that was a terrible idea. it was a great idea to go home because it's like our first time being away from home, so you got to go home for Thanksgiving.
Absolutely.
But being up early to bowl in that AM, roll no messenger, but it was a little tough.
We were lucky enough to have some really great families in Wichita that made dinner for all of us before to go to the tournament. So the Green family, Chris Green was a freshman the same year I was, and he's from Wichita, and his parents made dinner for the whole team. So it was great. There's always like egg races and some random other things, little competitions that we did as a team. I'm assuming they probably still do those things. You got to always make it competitive. But we were really lucky if you were not able to go home that we had families that, fed us. It's always the important part, I feel like. Thanksgiving's like my favorite holiday.
Shout out to a lot of good folks from St. Louis area who did offer kind of the same things, some similar amenities for those who did not want to go home or decided, that they just flat couldn't, especially with bowling the next day and that weekend. They took in a lot of teammates. Devera Buckley stands out.
I love Devera.
For us personally. And,
she's amazing.
She's an awesome person.
I've bowled so many tournaments with her. Luckily, being from Kansas City, St. Louis is a very short 3-hour drive across the state. So I was able to bowl so many tournaments with so many great women bowlers in St. Louis. Love them. We are about halfway through this first game, it looks like. And the anchor bowler for Lincoln Memorial still striking. I always say the head pin is a tough spare if you can leave it. And that was a Looks like Sabrina got her footing back under her in that fourth frame after that foul. It's a little strike. Oh. Sierra throwing a good shot. Living a weak 8 pin. Uh-oh. I may have spoke too soon on Sabrina. She looks like she slipped a little bit on that shot. It's a great double there by Hawkeye's leadoff bowler, Ashley.
Throughout the broadcast, we'll be dropping in some tidbits, of course, of information. I want to thank Sean Walkner, the tournament director here at the Leatherneck. This is the 19th year, 19 consecutive years as well, that this tournament has been off and running. It's been through a few places. We were talking about this yesterday, and for some strange reason, I can't think of the original bowling center that it was held at. The name of it is leaving me, but that is where I bowled it, and it was contested there prior to, of course, expanding. Unfortunately, that bowling center catch on fire, and a few years back.
Did not know that.
Yeah, a few years back, and so that's certainly unfortunate, especially in the Quad Cities area. It's a very nice area for bowling too. Been here several times. Of course, Davenport, Iowa, Highland Park, which is where the men's varsity is being held. That is over in Moline.
Okay.
And just over the bridge on 80, which we learned yesterday. They're building a new bridge. Across the Illinois. Yeah.
I did take a detour getting here yesterday, driving from Chicago.
Again, Highland Park Bowl, the men's JV is at Leisure Lanes. We are here at Big River Bowl, and the JV women are at High Five.
It is great. Everything's so close. That was nice coming in and, getting around pretty easily, especially having this many teams as well.
So we're already seeing some of the differences in regards to just strategy and lane play. And I think I may have touched on this in previous broadcasts, but I think you start to see some of the differences, of course, where we say an established quote-unquote program as opposed to perhaps a younger program. And some things kind of tell that in regards to how some teams may elect to play the lanes.
Definitely.
But the difference is, and it's not even a difference, but you can see generally by the end of an event how a younger program may have improved already just by seeing what other teams are doing. Same thing with coaches in that regard as well.
Definitely.
And then, tomorrow when you hit Baker, you start to see cases teams do things differently than they did the day before because they took what they learned and now have applied it on Sunday.
I firmly believe when it comes to bowling like this, especially if you're a newer bowler or you're a newer program, I say it's kind of cliche, but it's a simple game of follow the leader.
Yep.
I tell my high school kids that all the time, and I think it's starting to finally sink in after 5 years. But you definitely, when you see someone doing it the right way or they're scoring, you should take notice and really pay attention to how they're playing the lanes. Obviously ball rolls could be a little different, but the area that they're in is probably correct. If they're consistently getting to the pocket, they might not strike every time, but they're consistently getting there. And in a longer format tournament, keeping the ball in play and getting to the pocket is so, so important. So I definitely think the newer programs, or the younger programs, I will say, can really take what they're seeing and apply it, obviously, as they go, as you said. So it is interesting to see how they change, even tournament to tournament, even if their spare percentage goes up or things like that. They're learning from every single event is always super important, and you can definitely take what the top teams are doing and use that to your advantage.
We're going to talk more about that too as we go on, because Shannon has now dipped and dabbled into coaching as well. So throughout the day, we'll ask her to sprinkle in some of her her current high school coaching bits, if you will.
I have so many. I feel like my kids are. I love the kids I coach, and very eager, especially this year. This is my, I want to say, 5th year. I coached at a private high school on the North Shore of Long Island. Reminds me a lot of my own high school, which is was a little eerie when I first walked in. It was like deja vu walking into my own high school. But the kids are eager and really they really want to win. And we're finally getting to the point where we're making them understand that it's not just throwing strikes. It is picking up spares, and we tell them constantly, like, no team is going to beat you if you can spare. You're going to strike, we know that, but no team is going to beat you if you're going to spare. Because so many kids in their league they know how to strike on Long Island, but not a lot know how to spare, as I've learned. So we work a lot on spare shooting, but they're very eager, and I like that. I'm excited for this year, actually. We have a lot of seniors, but I'm very excited to see kind of how they've grown over the last couple months for the summer, the ones that really put a lot of time and effort into it over the summer, to come back and lead their team. So I'm excited for that.
Good question in the chat from Chris Pulliam as we have reached frame 6 here on 41 and 42, and already in the frame 8 in College of St. Mary and Hawkeye Community College. Mm-hmm. Just for the notes on College of St. Mary, should ask them to put their coaches' names on their lineup sheets. Want to thank every coach who will give us a lineup sheet today. That is invaluable information.
Yes, absolutely.
Generally speaking, we go up and take a few photos of lineups. But again, thanks to Sean Buckner. I want to give Shane Kern also his props too. Shane is running things here at Big River. Sean is over at Highland Park. Sean also doubling. He is the normal Wisconsin Whitewater head coach on the men's side. But he has kind of taken the weekend off, if you will, so he could focus on running the tournament. I think Nick Crummell is handling the coaching duties for the gentlemen of Whitewater this weekend. But specifically for College of St. Mary's, and I noticed immediately that
definite props to Shane and Sean. It's been awesome. Everything we've needed, they've been right there.
So the College of St. Mary's, they've got 5 players from Nebraska, and I remember this team because they had similar histories. Yes, and the team is located in Nebraska, if I'm not mistaken. It's in Omaha.
Yes.
And 4 of their players on the roster went to Bellevue East High School.
That's got to be kind of nice.
Bellevue, Nebraska. And so talking about kind of, developing a pipeline from, a school to the secondary institution or college. All sophomores, as a matter of fact. So they all went
came in at the same
from
time.
School at be close to 90% of their bowling team at the high school level, probably.
Yeah.
Then moves on over to the college with Kim Ferris as the head coach.
I mean, I think in that sense, that's awesome. Just because you're gonna know these girls, you know how they work together. Communication is probably a little easier to come by. You're not learning new faces. You're not learning new styles. These girls have known each other the last few years and bowled in high school together. So that's probably pretty good for the program. I will say it reminds me a lot of our men's team, actually. When I was in Wichita, our women's team was scattered. We were from all over the country. I don't think anybody was from the same, I will say, except for one senior and myself, we were both from the Kansas City area. But other than that, all the girls were from all over. But on our boys' side, a lot of the guys were from Kansas, and they had bowled against each other in high school, or they grew up bowling together. So I think it made their team chemistry that much stronger because they already knew each other. They weren't learning new personalities. So I think it's one of the reasons why they were able to win, honestly. After just, a year together, they were so strong. That my second year in Wichita, it was great to watch. But yeah, A lot of them were from Kansas, so it was great. They are moving right along into the 9th frame on 39 and 40. Crossover on 40.
I think we're just getting an opportunity to really learn if you're a Hawkeye. And talking about playing the middle part of the lane, this short pattern. And, those are things that you hope they continue to, as they grow as bowlers, as athletes, that when they see this again, and, they'll keep seeing it, obviously. They've got 5 more games certainly to go. But they'll be able to make those adjustments a little quicker.
Absolutely. That was actually a really great shot from, looks like Mary McCulley for College of St. Mary. A Bellevue High School graduate, it looks like. Looks like Alexa up for Memorial. Nice strike for her. I think you'll also notice a lot of the difference in pace for some of the more established teams versus maybe the newer teams. I think it's really important, especially in like longer format tournaments, really establishing your pace early and understanding what's going to help you be the most successful. And I think definitely taking your time a little bit, take a deep breath, and making the best shot possible is important.
Why is that important? Why must I consider pace when we've got a 5-player team or a couple 5-player teams? What makes bowling faster or slower in a sense have an effect on performance, in your opinion?
In my opinion, it's funny. I think when you're aware of your pace and you're able to really set your intention for the shot, it makes you more successful because you're focusing on making the best shot that you can make. I feel like if you rush through it, you really haven't visualized the shot. You haven't taken the opportunity and the moment to step back, see yourself striking or see yourself making that great shot. It's like you're picking up the ball and you're going, and you're not really taking that opportunity to see it all the way through before you actually do it. We worked a lot on visualization techniques and practices in college when I was in college, and I'm sure Wichita still does it. They take that time and they see themselves making the best shot that they can make. Obviously, you can't control after you let go of the ball what's going to happen. You could throw the best shot of your life and get 9. But if you set the intention, you take a deep breath, and you know from start to finish that you're going to make the best shot that you can make, that's really all anybody can ask of you. And I think when you see teams like Wichita or even a program like Newman or Baker that has been, Baker's been around now for 10 years, I want to say, is what Cheryl had said earlier. Those girls are probably taking a few extra moments before they go, and really just settling themselves, settling their nerves, and putting themselves in the best mental state to make the best shot that they can. Sometimes, younger bowlers, newer bowlers, maybe inexperienced bowlers don't always have that same game plan. So I think that's personally important. I like to get set, take a deep breath, settle myself, and go. Obviously, when I'm bowling tournaments. So, but you definitely can tell when the pace is different from pair to pair, depending on who's bowling on it. So,
nearing the end of game 1, Emil Williams Jr. with Shannon Sellens here in the Bowl TV booth this weekend.
And what about you, Emil, since obviously you bowled in school too?
in regards to pace. By the way, Chris, you had a great question about gear and equipment, and I'm going to get to that. So if you hang on for a minute, I will definitely touch on that. In regards to pace, I never really quite thought about it, to be honest with you.
Okay.
The only time it really came up was when we saw other teams bowling and what we thought was a slower pace.
Okay.
And simply wondered, why does that team bowl so slow? And
Wichita's not called the human rain delays.
Not going to name any teams. Not going to name any teams. But some teams had reputations of just bowling slower than others.
Yes.
Now, after removing myself, of course, from the player side of it,
yes,
and watching it from this side, I do think pace is important because you're in control of what you are in control of. You're only here to win the tournament.
Absolutely.
And so whatever it is you have to do to win the tournament is what you're
going to do.
And that's something that, again, as a player, especially as an opponent, especially, it was kind of like, okay, come on. But, not that they did that intentionally, but from a mental perspective, too, it kind of gets you thinking about why this team's bowling so slow as opposed to what you might need to do to make the best shot possible. So it kind of does a lot of different things and maybe not even trying. So
Absolutely.
But I do think there's some relative importance, I think, too, especially in big. Maybe not so much from the traditional team game perspective, in my opinion. I don't know what just happened over to our right. But
I do not know either. I think that was a split pickup. I'm just not sure exactly what it was.
How about that? That's Kansas Wesleyan, who won the Mid-States Championships.
Yes, they did.
I'm going to guess that because there's been so many high fives over there, maybe it's a 7-10. I'm going to guess.
You're going to guess the 7-10?
I'm guessing.
I was thinking maybe like a 4-10. I don't know. I feel like more people would have erupted for a 7-10.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, that was a nice reaction over there. We didn't see that many folks from spectator-wise kind of getting in on the fun over there, but we're going to have to ask Kansas Wesleyan now. And Shannon's going to go do that. Good shot there from Madison Janik. A young Wichita State squad overall. Had a couple of upperclassmen, but still several sophomores. Shannon with a report on the Kansas Wesleyan split pickup.
I do have a report, and you were correct, Emil.
It had to be.
I'm so surprised more people didn't cheer for that. People didn't see it, though, apparently.
I'm
That's what the mom
right.
said.
No one saw it.
But I will say that is one that I have never picked up in the decades of bowling that I've been a bowler. I will say 30 plus years of bowling, I picked up a 7-10.
That's whenever your peers are complimenting you, right, in the settee area, other teams, generally speaking, it's something that is generally done all the time.
Well, you were correct.
That's
sir.
awesome.
That is awesome, honestly. That is,
it's a good sign.
like
for
I said,
Kansas
one thing
Wesleyan.
I've never done. So
They've already won a Tier 1. They won the bracket portion of the Mid-States Championships on the women's side. That was second weekend of October.
yes.
Actually, just at this point.
For me, that to me is a very young program. I'm not sure
It is.
how many years they've been around, but I do not recall ever
it's-
seeing them when I was
think
in
it's
school.
more than what I initially thought. Like I was thinking maybe 2 to 3. I think they've been in for about almost like 7 or 8.
Okay. I was about to say 5 or 6, but I'm not 100% positive on that.
I would still consider that. I feel that if you're 10 years in, then we can kind of probably remove you from the young program.
Okay.
Well, that's just my opinion. Hertzberg with a strike in the 8th. That's just my opinion on that. But it's also a situation where, if a player if a viewer or fan hasn't heard from or heard about a particular team, it's automatically said, oh, they must be new. They must
Absolutely.
be a young program. And sometimes it's just the development of the program and getting them as a coach, as a university, certainly as players, all getting the team to the right building blocks to get to a point where, maybe they didn't enter the Leatherneck a few years back because, perhaps weren't quite ready for all of that particular competition.
Absolutely.
For example. So.
Fun fact, though, we were talking about NAIA earlier. Kansas Wesleyan was the first NAIA school to win the Mid-States tournament.
How about that?
How about that? That was always a fun tournament. We bowled it. When I bowled it, it was in Topeka, but I believe it was in Wichita this year.
Wait, say that again?
They're the first NAIA school to win the Mid-States
okay. Yeah, I could see
bowling championship.
I could definitely see that.
That's got to be exciting.
I could definitely see
Making some, name for themselves, and it's always great to beat, what you probably consider a hometown favorite in Wichita or even in Newman. Looks like we are wrapping up on 39 and 40. The anchor bowler for College of St. Mary, Miss Haley Walther, it looks like, from Bellevue, Nebraska, is finishing her 10th frame right now.
179 for Alexius Brass, 152 for Kylie Jackson, 168 for Mary McCulley. Walter with 170, and now into the 190s will be Haley Walter. And on the other side for Hawkeye Community, Ashley Snap, 146, Jada Rock, 141, Lucy Klein, 146, Cassie Gherkin, 152, and Natalie Leach, she's 179. And Hawkeye, of course, located in Iowa with a few players from various cities, including Evansdale, Durant, Waterloo, Dubuque, and Sumner.
And if I am not mistaken, looks like Kansas Wesleyan's been around since 2015. That was when they decided to add it to the college offering for women. So 4 years in and winning a Tier 1 event. It's pretty awesome. Ooh, great shot from Madison. Wichita State in the 3-hole to give her a turkey going into the 10th frame. And a 4-bagger for Sabrina from Lincoln Memorial. That was great. Nice to see her recover after the foul in the 3rd frame, and looks like having some approach issues. Great shot from Sierra, the number 4 bowler for Wichita. Going to get a couple minutes here, obviously, while they finish up their 10th frame. And as the teams start to make the transition to the next pair. All right, looks like we are heading into the 10th frame. Great start, actually, for State, I will say. Pretty strong finish for some of the bowlers for Lincoln Memorial as well, for initially struggling to start. So we will see how they finish up. Looks like Haley picking up the 6-10 for Lincoln Memorial. Got a fill ball to go. Rough game for Haley, but I'm sure hopefully she settles down and brings it back to lead them the next game. Sarah Clausen with a nice 206 for Wichita. Caitlin Rudy stepping up for Wichita as a double going into the 10th. She can punch for 226. Oh, great shot. Gets the late tap of the 10 pin. Oh, looks like Lincoln Memorial put in a sub for the Phil. Phil always strikes though, right? Phil ball always strikes. Caitlin stepped out of that shot. It did cross over, but lucky break, carrying all 10. Caitlin from Buffalo Grove, Illinois. Great shot from Shania Carr from Lincoln Memorial with the first shot in the 10th. And punch for 216. Great game for Caitlin Rudy. Finishes with 223, it looks like. Just looking around, Wichita definitely strongest start of the teams we're seeing on this end of the house right now. But Lincoln Memorial, I tell you what, their 2, 3, and 4 bowlers definitely keeping them right there in it. All right, good finish from Shania Carr. Looks like they threw a sub in there for the fill shot. 214 for her. Madison steps up for Wichita. 610 to pick up. She spares that and strikes. 205. Oh, and she chops it. 193.
You always hate when that happens.
I've missed a few of those to miss TV shows. I definitely know her. I know how she feels right now. I did that in Pennsylvania last year. I blame it on my spare ball, but
Harrisburg?
yes.
Okay.
I thought Josh and Sean were gonna murder me after that. I said I hit my target. And I chopped the 6 straight back, and then I moved, and I took the 10 pin off. I'm like, okay, we're gonna have a happy meeting at some point, but I did miss the show by less than 20 pins because of those 2 chopped spares. So make your spares, kids. I'll tell you what, of all the things I tell my kids, it's make your spares. And when you do, you make shows.
Generally speaking, good things happen.
When you make spares.
Generally.
I haven't had a whole lot of good things happen when I've missed them, so we're gonna go with that theory that good things happen when you make your spares. I did missed a few spares in 2015 at the U.S. Open when it was in Jersey, and I missed match play by 3 pins. It stung a little bit. All right. I never say her last name right. I'm not gonna lie.
Shoshoka.
Shoshoka. Okay. And enough people mispronounce my last name that I hate mispronouncing other people's last names.
Well, now that you're in this chair,
yes,
it's almost inevitable that you're going to do it once, but our goal is to not do it
more than once.
Of course, so we just, we try to get all of the pronunciations. And most coaches are pretty good about it. Obviously, the players are too. My experience, not just in this sport, but other sports. Bowling. Coaches sometimes will give you the wrong pronunciation of a player's name. That has happened to me multiple times.
Oh, that's always fun.
Unfortunately, yes. Also, a lot of good folks in the chats. Actually, there's John, who I'm imagining is either a parent of Sierra or obviously a relative.
Okay. And Shoshoka, yes.
I was going to say those in the chat will let you know when you say it
when
wrong.
you say it incorrectly.
They'll also tell you when you say it correctly, so shout out to John. But specifically for Sierra, actually, we learned her correct pronunciation at last year's, either it was the Glenn Carlson Las Vegas Invitational or the Collegiate Shootout, but the 2 events in Vegas. And we asked about the pronunciation, and I think Sierra's mom was watching at that particular point. She dropped us the correct pronunciation in the chat, and I've said it correctly ever since.
I like it. All right. Looks like Heather is stepping up as the anchor bowler for Lincoln Memorial, and Addie Herzberg. I feel like she's like a little Wichita legend, this one. She has 2 sisters that bowl. It's a bowling family. Everybody apparently in Wichita knows the Herzbergs.
Natalie came in and took in a fill shot, Natalie Dutton.
Okay.
So shout out to Mom in the chat. Lincoln Memorial. Without seeing the entire building, and of course we're on the high.
Yes.
You mentioned it. I think Wichita State has put the blueprint down on how you want to play this particular condition. What I've noticed sometimes, and this may be true if you think about it going back to college bowling, unfortunate open in the 10th frame for Lincoln Memorial. That's a pretty solid game still nonetheless.
9:41.
But as we wrap up game 1 or end game 1, if you think about the way teams play a pair of lanes, and then it can be done correctly, it can be done incorrectly, and generally, you got both teams kind of playing them similarly. They should break down and develop into something that's continuously more playable.
Absolutely.
As the day goes on. So I think this will be something for us to kind of keep an eye on to see if 41 and 42 will be a more higher scoring pair overall, at least in our vicinity of where we can see, considering what Wichita State and Lincoln Memorial has done here in game 1.
Absolutely. I feel like when you start in the right part of the lane, it's going to transition the way it should. And it's always interesting when you look at the way women's lanes transition and break down, because I feel like 90% of the time, maybe even more, women play the pattern closer to how it should be played. When you compare to the boys, obviously, boys tend to break them open and create hold to they go left to right. Tend to really read the lane and play it the way it should be played. And honestly, it should slow the transition down a little bit to where it's more even as the day goes on versus having to make these massive jumps left.
I was going to say, describe that for our viewers who may not be familiar. They watch the PWBA, for example, right? And they watch the PBA, but you bowled against and with men in the past. So describe kind of firsthand what you might normally see bowling with men as opposed to bowling with women.
I mean, absolutely. Women, you know, I will say personally, I see the pattern. I'll look at the lane graph. I understand, obviously, where the lines of oil are and understanding, you know, where we want to use that oil to hold. Men tend to push a lot of the oil to the right to create that hold. So you're naturally going to have to get left when you're bowling with men. I think women tend to lose a lot of carry when that's the case. Me personally, I throw 14. A lot of people don't know. But I lose carry when I have to go left to right just because my ball it runs out of energy at that point. You know, I can get to the pocket all day. But I think bowling with women, especially I remember bowling in college, we started, you know, we read the lane graph, we understood where we needed to start, and we kind of balled down. We didn't always make that initial jump left as the lanes transition. We kind of balled down to keep us in the same spot. It tends to be beneficial if you can do that, if you have that are moving left because they are pushing oil to the spots that you actually need the ball to hold in. So it can be helpful if you're able to ball down and just throw weaker equipment in the same general part of the lane as opposed to just automatically jumping left. But when you're bowling with men, rev rates are higher. You know, they break the lane open so much faster, so you kind of have no choice at times. You just can't stay where you would if you were bowling with women. So it is always interesting to see the difference. It's one of the things that I like when I do get to bowl women's tournaments because you do see the pattern played more correctly and probably in the way that it was intended to be played. Bowling on Long Island now, I feel like everything is just bust open so fast. It's like a house shot just because of the way guys push the oil to the right to create that hold. So it's one of the things I love about competitive bowling. I love it when it's a little bit tougher. So looks like we are making the transition to the next game. Coming up, we have, let's look, Emil, who do we have? We have Davenport University coming up on 39, Culver Stockton on 40. And on 41 and 2, Mount Mercy University and University of Wisconsin Whitewater. So definitely want to see how these programs attack this pattern. Obviously, Mount Mercy been around for a little while. I know Whitewater's been around their program's been around for quite some time.
Several, and Mount Mercy is off to a very good start this season as well. So it'll be good to see. There'll be a good indication of good lane play. So
okay.
The Warhawks top teams on the NCAA side. And so we'll thank you, sir. We will take a small break. I'm trying to adjust some audio settings here, and we'll leave you. It might go silent for a little bit, so please don't panic. But
we will be back.
We'll be back with you momentarily, and we'll get to Chris's question and some other bowling-related questions as well. If you have any throughout the day, just think about we've got Shannon Sellens in the booth. Shannon, as we just talked about, made the U.S. Women's Open TV show this year. She's one of the top competitors in the land and also bowled collegiately. So if you have anything that you say, well, here's an opportunity to get a decent or a different perspective, one that's generally different than my experience bowling, of course, think about those questions and we can ask those throughout the broadcast, of course, today and tomorrow. Back with you in a moment here on Bowl TV.
No.
Right. We are back. Starting up the second game.
Thank you, though.
Okay. Back in action. As we said earlier, we have Culver Stockton and Davenport University on 39 and 40. Mount Mercy University and University of Wisconsin Whitewater on 41 and 2. It's going to be interesting to see how 41 and 2 plays this particular game. Looks like Whitewater is a little further right than Mount Mercy is, but we'll see if they stay there. We'll go over the lineups here for Culver Stockton College. Looks like they're starting off with Dina Baber, Kayla Brockham, Carly Hummel, followed with Samantha Moore and Cheyenne Biquette, it looks like, from Fenton, Missouri, in the anchor position. Okay, and for Davenport, they're off to a little rough start. The first couple goals starting this game. Taylor Harrison from Grand Rapids and Emily Tanis, also from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Michaela Van Dunen, Marissa Bacon, and Marissa Batkins in the number 5 position for New Baltimore, Michigan. Looks like they're all from Michigan for Davenport University. Not gonna lie, I assumed Davenport was from Davenport, but it's not. It's in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Just kind of figured.
Yes, this Davenport is from Michigan. Folks, I apologize about that audio situation. I did hear what you were guys referring to. I have gone through just about everything that I know to go through during this little time, and I know it's not completely cleared up, which it's going to bother me for the rest of the day because I know that you can hear it, and it's not the most optimal viewing experience. So I'll probably keep working on that intermittently throughout the broadcast. But this is game 2, and as Shannon just talked about, she mentioned the teams that we have. The high game so far, Wichita State shot about 10-6.
10:39, I believe. Yes, 10:39.
So that was on 41 and 42. When we left you last, we said it'll be important to kind of keep an eye for us to see what 41-42 looks like. See if it continues to be a relatively higher scoring pair, simply because, A, the success that they had, so Lincoln Memorial game as well. I believe they shot a game of 940.
941, yeah. I mean, not a bad game. A couple opens here and there, but their 2, 3, and 4 bowler that first game really kept it together towards the end, second half of that game, and kept them in it, honestly. Couple fouls from a few of their bowlers, unfortunately, for opens, but it definitely played the lanes a little bit closer to the way Wichita did. So Mount Mercy looks like they are taking advantage of that right now. Their first bowler opened the first frame. Right now, they're looks like they're getting on into a nice little rhythm right now. Bowling on the same lanes as University of Wisconsin Whitewater. Lineups for Mount Mercy. Ira. You have to help me with the last name since you just said it to me. Amaduddin. Amaduddin. From Malaysia, actually. We have Ashley Rang, it looks like, from Monticello, Minnesota. Sydney Urban from Dorr, Michigan. Cassidy Corey from Buffalo Grove, Minnesota. Thank you so much. Lee Blood, it looks like, from Cedar Rapids, Iowa, in the anchor position for Mount Mercy. And for Wisconsin Whitewater, Carly Barton from Joliet, Illinois. Not too far away. I drove through Joliet, getting over here from Chicago. Rachel Pavlik from Edgerton, Wisconsin. Michaela Powers from Gurnee, Illinois. Reagan Harold in the 4th spot from DeKalb, Illinois. And Caitlin Mertens from Racine, Wisconsin. That takes me back to a league of their own, Emil. I do love a good sports movie, but nice double from Ashley from Mount Mercy. I tell you what, it's always great when you have you get that early double. I think it really gets the team going and can really feed off that energy. So it is nice when you have a couple of your teammates get off to that start, especially if you a little bit. But I think the teams that really stay in it are the ones that can feed off each other's energy in that sense, keep each other up if somebody's struggling, and just know that they're going to get lined up sooner or later.
All right, everyone in the chat, again, appreciate you tuning in. Shout out to Jeff. Yes, Jeff, it probably would help if you did tell me that, but I've taken to the point of grabbing my headphones and listening to the output as well, so I know it's happening, and which makes it even worse for me because, I know there has to be a solution to it. And I've been searching for one throughout, and I didn't hear it earlier, but of course it must be Shannon's fault.
It is my fault. You can blame it on me.
That's probably what it is. Shannon is new to to what we do, so perhaps we've got a built-in excuse here.
You would not be the first to blame something on me. You'll probably not be the last. It's fine. I'll take it. I can take it. I'm very strong. It's okay.
Just want to update everyone just in regards to where you can find certain items of information. So if you're watching on Bowl TV, and thankfully you are, I want to let you know there's a couple of things. One, on the Star tab, and I believe Chris mentioned this earlier, but if you're watching on the desktop and you click the Star tab, that will show you all of the teams or schools that will be on the featured pairs today. So the Star tab is definitely your friend. Normally we would have lane assignments there, and we still could, but the schedule is, we found, much more important for those obviously looking to see their respective team drop through on the featured pair. So we've got the schedule of teams, again, who will be on the featured pairs today. That is located in the Star tab. That's also on your mobile device. If you are watching on your phone or tablet, just click the Star tab. You'll see the chat in the Start tab. And then the next tab over, which kind of looks like
it's a book, actually.
Like. Is it a book?
It's a book.
Okay.
Yep, it's a book.
A book of information.
Yes.
Which is what we're doing here. You can click the Tournament Information tab there, and that will take you to the Leatherneck Classic Facebook page. And to get there directly, if you want it, it is at Leatherneck Classic Tournament. That is the Leatherneck Classic, again, Facebook page. It looks like standings are being posted. Obviously, the men's standings have been posted there first because they started a bit earlier than the women. So all well in that regard also. But we will have standings here. And once we have those in hand, I'll be able to recite those to you. But it looks like they will be posted on the Leatherneck Classic Facebook page as well. So we'll try to double up on standings, if you will. We are waiting for Game 1. As you know, Game 1 just finished up here on the women's side. And then if you're curious about what's next in regards to live streaming on Bowl TV, then the live stream calendar is always there for you to take a look.
Got some exciting things coming up, actually. I'm excited to part of it.
Well, we appreciate you being out, and I look forward to continuing and seeing A, good stuff from the rest of our events on the schedule, B, your contributions to said events on the schedule, and then C, how we get all the way to ITCs, basically, because that's kind of what we're moving towards, right? The Intercollegiate team and singles championships, but also be right here on Bowl TV. All right, I want to get into one question that Chris asked, and very early on in the standing. I'm sorry, in the chat.
Okay.
And Chris talked about. I'm trying to get there to remember it exactly, but he asked about kind of equipment and whether or not basically teams are sponsored, or how they do certain things in regards to equipment.
How they do certain things.
But
I know Wichita is sponsored by Storm.
There we go. What kind of support do you get from your school as a bowling athlete? Are you supplying your own gear? Is there some split between schools and athletes on costs? Schools committed to using particular brands? So a lot of questions there, Chris. I think we both can speak on that. We can give you our experiences with that.
Absolutely.
But before we do that, since Stephanie just asked about standings, we actually do have those in hand, and Wichita State is in the lead currently.
By actually slim margin, only 30 pins ahead of St. Xavier. Nice game from them. They shot 1,009. They started a little bit to our left. Trying to remember what pair they were on.
St. Xavier?
Yes.
About?
I know we're going to see them here in a game or two, but thank you, Emil. It's going to be interesting to see some of the scores coming from the low end too, to see how the house plays across.
Yeah, because that's always. Yeah, I should say always, but when you have this is a 48 lane center.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they are starting, of course, near the lower end of the building. And with that said, there could be some things, or some lanes, or some portions of the house that are a bit different.
I will say I find normally the pairs right in front of the counter, depending on where the counter is located in every center, tend to be the pairs that are used the most. Usually have more of a house memory built in, if you will. And can tend to be higher scoring, I think, just about anything you bowl in. Not always, but definitely something I noticed growing up. I grew up in a 48 lane center, actually, in Kansas City. And the counter was pretty much directly in the center of the 48 lanes. So I feel like they always put open play, if not in front of it, maybe to the left, lower end. And those pairs tend to play a little easier, if you will, depending on what shot is laid down. St. Xavier actually started not too far. I didn't realize they were that close. They started on 35 and 36. So just to our left, but good, nice, strong first game, 1,009, and St. Ambrose in third, 997. Mount Mercy rounding out the top four at 986. We're watching Mount Mercy right now on 41 and 2. And then Robert Morris, University of Illinois, 970. Clark University in 6 with 959. Midland, 954 in 7th. Iowa Central Community College in 8th at 946. And Lincoln Memorial, who we saw on the same pair as Wichita State, that first game, 941. Rounding out the top 10, Grandview University at 929. Can definitely show you how imperative it is to make the easy spares to keep you right up there, close to even. A few pins under if you have a couple bad frames, but definitely are so important in this game. And you will notice the teams that consistently bowl well, maybe not plus every game, but consistently bowl well, are the ones that are going to make those makeable spares 9 times out of 10, if not more. Looks like Wisconsin Whitewater number 2 bowler, Rachel Pavlik, on a turkey right now. Ooh, a lefty. I feel like it's the first lefty I've seen so far. And she gets the 4th. Let's see if her teammate Michaela Powers can follow her up. Get them back on their string as a team. I guess going back to Chris's question regarding equipment, I will say, Chris, when I was in school in Wichita back in the early 2000s, we were actually sponsored by Brunswick at the time, and they had been by Brunswick for many, many years. It wasn't until there, I believe, that they changed. Now I believe they're sponsored by Storm. I'm not going to swear to that, but I'm almost positive. A lot of the schools actually, I think Storm really stepped up and did a lot with Storm Collegiate in sponsoring some of the schools. For a lot of years, Nebraska-Lincoln was sponsored by Columbia, the same way that we had been sponsored by Brunswick, and they have switched now. Because Wichita is not an NCAA program, we did get a lot of funding from our school. The Radigan Student Center, always a major, major contributor to the bowling program. But then as a team, we also would raise money for part of our expenses. We raised about 3% of our budget as a team through our strike-a-thon, through various other raffles and different things that, ball giveaways that we would do for the local leagues. And that helped with travel costs and getting the things that we needed. I know it, obviously, because it's become an NCAA sport for so many years now, and there's so much more funding for the women's programs, I'm sure it might be a little different, obviously. But how was Lindenwood, Emil, when you were there?
Lindenwood, we did not have a particular sponsor.
Okay.
But they do now, and have had a couple, I believe, since my departure. In fact, my last year bowling was 2007, and Brunswick sponsored the team in 2008, the next season. So missed out in regards to the sponsorship portion of things. We were working towards those things, and again, in the first part, I would think of the 2000s, for example, there weren't that many teams who did have that opportunity. And as you just mentioned, a few teams did. But I think if you notice the caliber of teams that you mentioned, I think some of the upper echelon teams were able to kind of have those items.
Absolutely.
I think since that point, though, I'll continue about. We were kind of looking for the same thing. If we could do some fundraising, what type of stuff could we do? Ultimately, it didn't necessarily. It didn't go through to equipment, but we did try to do some other things. But having said that, it did allow us to be. The term free agent now in bowling is probably looked at a little differently, because generally speaking, when someone's a free agent, like on tour or any respective tour, they were just with a particular brand and now are able to grow
whatever they want,
and figure out which direction they may want to go. So,
absolutely.
Theoretically, we all were free agents.
Yes.
But having said that, if there was a ball or two that seemed to work for the majority of the members on the team, then that was a ball that everyone would generally pick up at some point.
Absolutely.
We had actually a friend who Shay Bidbender.
Yes.
Who is still one of the best in the world, in my opinion. He had he had a Hammer deal actually towards the end of an individual Hammer branded contract. And so it helped us because Shea was so good that, again, talking about what balls might help. Shea throws it differently than a lot of people.
Absolutely.
Certainly, and even those on the team. But wow, what almost a spare there on lane 40. But because of that, you see some different things. You see what balls may be working. And at the end of the day, it's about, okay, how can I get my ball to the same break point as Shea? I'm going to get it there differently than Shea, but will this ball react to me? And generally it would. So there were a couple of balls that we all had that were the same, and we knew what they did. Now, of course, you mentioned Storm. EBI is big into the collegiate program and sponsorship, so it's a great landscape for collegiate players these days to be able to have some affiliation with a particular brand. I think back in the day, though, there was a lot of the fundraising was for equipment. I know club teams probably had a couple of, not necessarily fees, but kind of basically into the program itself.
Definitely.
And then a portion of what you poured into would go to equipment along with the fundraising efforts.
It definitely is. Yeah. It was more expensive for even. I think I use the men's versus women's example only because there were more women's teams that were becoming NCAA teams. When I had started school, my freshman year was the first year that they held, I think it was 30 teams in the NCAA division in order to have a national championship. Obviously, it had been around for a while, but they had to have a certain number before the NCAA would say, okay, now you get it. So I use it as, I look at the men's versus women's, and a lot of my friends when I was in college that bowled for other schools had to come up with the money themselves to travel. They had to come up, air, and there was a certain money they had to put forth, and it's a little different now as far as that goes. I think there's a little bit more funding overall, but
I would agree.
We were sponsored by Brunswick, but I think having that arsenal and having the opportunity to work with multiple balls in a company was beneficial in a lot of ways. And I've said this before, when you're not dealing with the different characteristics of each company, it's a little easier to say, okay, if this ball's not working, let's move to another ball. You know what it's going to do. You know the characteristics of that company. There's Storm balls are very clean. We all know that. They get to the heads very cleanly. Brunswick balls tend to roll a little sooner. There's just certain things about the equipment, but it's harder to work off of multiple companies, I personally feel. So being able to throw balls from the same company or same group, whether it's, an EBI ball for Hammer, Columbia, or a Storm or a Rotogrip ball, I think can make you a little bit more successful and work out of it. But the companies have really stepped up in such a major way for collegiate bowling that I think it's great for these programs to have that opportunity.
Couldn't agree more. As if I was a coach today, I would definitely, if you have the ability or the opportunity comes up to be affiliated with a program or with a brand. Because I do think as a team, as you mentioned, if you go 1 through 7, 1 through 8, however many players are on your on the roster at a time. Like you can only have 8 players really. So if you go 1 through 8, and 8 players probably have, let's say they probably got at least 2 of the same ball in their bag. Let's say it's a tier 1. You only get 5 balls to begin with. They probably got 2 of the same everyone, and probably by design, right?
Absolutely.
Here's the ball that tends to work for everybody. It just blends everything out. It does this for this person. It does that for that person, and it's all positive. And then, the 1 or 2, I won't call them outliers, specifically better for Shannon as opposed to what it would do for me. But we've got 2 of the same ball that we know if we all have this particular look or see a look on the lanes, these are the 2 balls that we probably throw throw
are going to throw. Yeah, I feel that way about like the IQ Tour. When that ball first came out, I feel like everybody had it, and it was a very versatile ball, kind of no matter what your roll was. I consider myself a three-quarter roller. That ball worked really well, but going back to when I was in school, the V2, God love that ball. Big fan of the V2 from Ebonite that no longer is around. It made me very sad when they took it out of the rotation. But that's a ball that can be very bowler specific. A lot of people loved it, but there are people that I know that just could not throw that ball. So I look at it that way. And I will say, when I was in school throwing Brunswick equipment, we all had a command zone. That was a great ball back then. But that was when the fuse line had started. We all had a few of those, and then we all kind of had a few other balls that, were all very different. So you're absolutely correct in that sense. I think there's always going to be a few balls that are in play for just about everybody. But then, you're going to have some that are very, very bowler specific and roll much better for others. I'll tell you what, Whitewater, their second bowler right now, Miss Rachel Pavlik, 5 in a row, coming up now in the 7th frame. Nice little bounce back from missing that initial spare the first frame.
Southpaw.
Yes.
Nicely
and
done.
She gets number 6.
Nicely done. I think I don't recall seeing a lefty in game one across our two pairs.
I do not either.
And so Rachel kind of giving you a look of what's happening on the left side of the lane, which, obviously can be different. It can be tricky sometimes.
When you're the only one out there.
It can be good. It can be troublesome.
Yes, absolutely.
And all of the above. So
slower breakdown for her, obviously. If she's one of the only ones in this general area right now. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Right now it's working for her, though.
And one of the other things, actually, is we'll get into the collegebowling.com power rankings that were released first time. So the first rankings of the 2019-2020 season. And on the women's side, we talked about Mount Mercy in the season that they've had. They are currently second in the collegebowling.com power rankings. Leading the way is Pikeville, Mount Mercy second, St. Ambrose third, Midland fourth, Wichita State fifth. And then SCAD, Savannah College of Art and Design is sixth, Wright State is seventh, Weber International is eighth. The Cumberlands, a good showing last week, they're in ninth, and St. Francis, Illinois.
Very nice.
Check those out on collegebowling.com, again, along with the explanation of how those rankings are, the figures are all determined, what makes up someone's ranking, and the attributes that go into that. So speaking of Mount Mercy, actually speaking of Whitewater, first and foremost, they are continuing the momentum. You talked about energy earlier, Shannon, and how, this isn't Baker yet, but when a team is on a roll, like clearly Whitewater is, that energy is very infectious.
Absolutely.
At the college bowling level. Why is that?
I've never really thought about why it's so infectious. I think it's one of those things where it's hard to kind of focus on anything that was when you have somebody right behind you cheering you on and saying, all right, you know what? Let that go. Let's go back again. And this energy that these girls have, obviously they're cheering for each other, but they're also picking each other up. I don't know. I just love it.
That was like borderline a trick question.
That was a trick question. I know. And honestly, I don't know. You can't really be in a bad mood, I feel like.
I don't think there's a definite answer to that. I think it's just a natural reaction to positiveness.
Yeah.
Positiveness is probably not a word.
Absolutely.
But positivity is a word. And
it's too early for you to trick me, Emil.
I think I said last week, for example, it's hard. Like, you don't want to be the person that stops the momentum.
Absolutely.
And so you want to continue being, or cheering and rooting and supporting and being in that situation. So you don't want to mess things up. You want to make sure you're focused on the next shot, so you can kind of keep passing that momentum on until when the lineup turns over.
I say that when my nationals teams, actually, I bowl with some pretty good bowlers, and I'm like, I never want to be the weak link. I never want to be that person. I always want to be the person that if I don't strike, I'm going to fill that frame, and I'm gonna figure it out the next shot. So definitely true. You don't want to be that person that stops that momentum. And if somebody does stop the momentum, you obviously want to be the one that's going to start it back up again and
Correct.
get right back into it.
And
so
that is not in a negative way, meaning
no.
It's not a negative thing, but it's more of a personal thing. Hey, I don't want to be that person that kind of stops what we're doing, right? And so I think you focus a little bit more, knowing that hey, we've got a good thing going on. Momentum's on our side. We've got good rapport right now, and generally, when everyone's lined up, you kind of get those results.
Oh yeah.
On the other side right now, Mount Mercy on 42. They aren't throwing bad shots. We saw Sydney Urban, for example, just absolutely destroy a 7-pin. And so I think a lot of what they're seeing right now is sometimes carry. There are a few 7 counts of the multi-pin spare combinations. But for the most part, they have remained clean, which, as we talk about, you can never talk enough about spare shots.
Very true.
In that sense.
They definitely have a couple holes, but they were early. And let's see if they can get on a roll, I it doesn't have 8 in a row if you bookend it with opens, so
that's fair.
Definitely want to get every pin you can, so, and especially in total pinfall tournaments. I mean,
absolutely.
It seems very common sense, but it's one of those things that I go into every tournament. Obviously, my first goal is making good shots, but definitely always picking those makeable spares. Sometimes you get bad breaks. Lord knows I've 7-10'd a few times when I threw good shots, but or what I thought was a good shot, I should say. But definitely every pin counts. So looks like we're moving into the 8th frame on 41 and 2, and about halfway through the 7th frame on 39 and 40. Davenport seems to be struggling a little bit right now with spare shooting.
Davenport's in that young program, kind of Mo we talked about a little bit, and young from a grade level perspective too. I believe they had several freshmen on the team.
How many?
I don't know the exact number. I'll look that up in a second, but it's at least 3. I want to say, just after they were in Atlanta.
Okay.
Last weekend, and just watching and listening players is kind of straight from high school and thinking about that situation and the learning process of everything that goes down.
Definitely. I will say that I think just from a high school perspective on Long Island, I think there is a definite learning curve when you go to a collegiate level. Only because many of the conferences bowl on standard, quote unquote house pattern, that they're not really challenged as much in making very quality shots and then sparing. And I think that's a definite learning curve for bowlers who aren't used to having to do that. So these girls are young. They're only going to get better from here, I would assume, if they really take it in. But it reminds me of my freshman year. I think we had 5 freshmen my first year in Wichita. It was a very young team, but still very experienced. I bowled with Anita Manns, now Anita Arnett. I think she represented the U.S. and for Team USA for a pretty major tournament, and Crystal Scott was actually a junior my freshman year. I think she went to the World Cup that year. So we had some great experience ahead of us, but we a very young team, I will say.
7 in a row now for Rachel Pavlik of Wisconsin Whitewater, and
definitely take advantage of this left side. That first shot of the game, got her a little lined up, I think. Told her where she needed to go. Ooh, bad break. That's an odd split for a right-handed bowler. A 6-8-10 for Michaela of Whitewater.
give you a look at the scores. As I mentioned earlier and talked about it a little bit, just the old monitors here can be a bit tough, so wanted to help you as best as we can. All right, Chris, have a good day, sir.
Seems like everybody down at this end is kind of on pace with each other, actually. 7th or 8th frame. Good multiple pin spare there from Whitewater on 42. The foundation frame coming up for Mount Mercy and Whitewater starting in the 9th. Definitely Rachel Pavlik of Whitewater is definitely keeping her team in. Some splits in this game for them. Probably seen a little bit of transition, actually, that they might not have been expecting to see as early. Great strike from their leadoff bowler, Mount Mercy's leadoff bowler, Ira. All right, Rachel Pavlik stepping up in the 9th frame for Whitewater. She's on a string of 7 in a row. We'll see if she can make it 8. Help her team finish this game out strong. Looks like we're in the 8th frame on 39 and 40. And she gets the 8th shot, the 8th strike.
Good job, Rachel.
Rachel definitely the MVP of this game for her team. Let's see if Michaela from Whitewater can get back on track here after splitting in the 6th and in the 8th. Struck in the 7th. Let's see if she can strike in the 9th. To keep a team string going. Mercy really not bowling a bad game either. So they can just finish out strong. Talking earlier about the energy. It is amazing. If you've never actually been to a collegiate tournament, it's definitely worth it to stop by if one's in your area and just observe. See the way these girls really play off each other and interact with each other while they're on the lanes. It's really nothing like collegiate bowling in that aspect. Oh, an unfortunate split for the anchor bowler of Mount Mercy in the 9th. Looks like a 6, 7, 10 maybe. Oh no, big 4. I missed the other pin. All right. Mercy is done with the 9th frame. We got a couple bowlers left for Whitewater, and then they're going to enter their 10th frame. 39th and 40. Davenport and Culver Stockton entering the 9th frame right now. Davenport definitely struggling this game.
All right.
Emil is back.
It's part of the job that I always like to say, and like in other sports, you know, you'll hear the term that doesn't show up in the stat sheet, right? There's a lot of things that we do that don't appear in the stat sheet. But what does appear in the stat sheet, I know obviously we got the scoreboards down, but we'll bring them back in the 10th frame here. As Rachel Pavlik, as Shannon has mentioned, has continued the string here, 8 of 9, including the last 8 here.
But definitely boost her team. She can throw all 3 in the 10th. Not a bad game overall, but definitely some holes from splits this game. So we will see.
Funny thing is we talked about pacing earlier, and when you're striking, right, you're in no way trying to slow down in a sense. Naturally, you're in rhythm. You're not trying to do anything to affect that. And this particular pair is going into the 10th frame currently for Mount Mercy. Let's see. 185, 202, 230, 260, 170. So still a lot of score out there for Mount Mercy.
Definitely.
And an excellent shot by Ira Ahmed-Newton. She wraps a 10 pin. I think a lot of 9 spares for Ira. Kind of talked about carry a little bit earlier. 9 spares
not bad though.
No, it is not. No, it is not.
We'll take 9 spare, especially as they get tougher and start to transition a little bit more. Definitely will take 9 spare.
Specifically, Ms. Urban, Mount Mercy struck in the 9th. They had, strike 8 spare, strike 7-2. It was a split on the end from Riley Blood. So 4 out of 5 frames for those particular players were strikes or spares. They can still get to plus this game. They're going to need a couple doubles in the 10th frame to get there, though, but it's still possible.
I mean, and luckily their 3rd and 4th bowler have doubles in the 8th and 9th. Definitely can get there, help their team in a big way. Looks like leadoff bowler for Whitewater, Carly Barton. Can strike here for 182. And following her is going to be Rachel Pavlik, so we will see how Rachel can end this game. What's your favorite position in the lineup?
I would say
Emil?
leadoff
You like leadoff?
because I was there a lot of my time.
Okay.
So I would say leadoff. I took a lot of pride in a nice game, by the way, for
Carly Barton.
Carly.
Yeah.
I took a lot of pride in being the energy, if you will, for the team.
And the reader
yes,
of the lanes.
Because I was going to say that's the second point is, and maybe even more so than the energy, you have to be able to quickly decipher what you are seeing on the lanes. Hopefully you threw it good as the in or the run-ins for Rachel.
Yes, but still a very, very good game.
Big opportunity here. She's got the 2-4 standing for the lefty. But so you got to be able to read lanes, hopefully throw it good so you can get a good read. And then effectively communicate that to the rest of the team. And another 10-pin for Mount Mercy.
Ashley
Lang.
Yes. Is it Lang? It is Lang. I thought that was an R. I can't.
Well, let's double check.
Let us double check. It is Lang. You are correct, sir. Tell you what, I'm 0 for 2 against you today. I'm gonna keep score.
Well, I'll say this. One, it can be a little difficult to read everyone's handwriting.
Very true.
So that's first and foremost. So we're not going to hold that against you by any means, because again, I've been there a lot.
Oh yes, yes.
Secondly, though, this is my third time. Nice game, Rachel.
Very nice game from Rachel. 253.
It's my third time seeing the women's division. Actually, it might be the fourth time.
Okay, so I'll concede that. I'll concede the 0-2 start to you right now.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
I will say, I definitely agree. I've always liked being in the top of the lineup. I've never really cared necessarily where I've bowled. I think there's in just about every position. I feel like the more I bowl with men, I'm usually towards the start. But the more I bowl with women, I'm usually more towards the bottom. I'm not really sure why that is exactly. But definitely on my men's nationals team, I am the 1 or the 2. And on my women's nationals team, the 3 or the 4. I once got asked what it felt like to anchor Carol's team.
How about that?
How about that? I tell you what, we have some fun. Our women's team, it's Carolyn and Marcia Klemkin and Brittany Hamilton, now LaGeorge, bowled for Vanderbilt. We have a lot of fun together, but no pressure at all. If you're sensing my sarcasm.
We'll have to continue to talk about that as we move into Game 3.
Yes.
Nice shot.
Great shot from
out there on the fill.
Is that Sydney Urban, it looks like.
See, it was at the beginning of that round. I believe they got in a fill shot.
Oh, was that
I'm
a fill
shot?
shot?
I'm not sure who that was.
But strong 230.
We got some Mount Mercy players. And, talk about perseverance. I mean, that Sid, forgot what frame it was, but, I mean, just absolutely clobbered a 7-pin, and it was still standing at her or looking at her a few frames ago and rallies to shoot 230.
I feel like that was either the 6th or the 7th frame. It may have been the 7th frame, right, and then she started striking after that. She bared down and got through it. So sometimes it's important to remember when you're getting 9 all the time, you don't always have to don't throw it to strike. It'll come. It's really about getting to the pocket, and Steve Zabina, who used to work for Ebonite, told me that at one point. I struggled at the start of a tournament in Wichita, one of the PWBA tournaments in Wichita, and he's like, don't throw it to strike. It'll come. And it's hard to wrap your head around that when you're in that moment where all you're getting is 9, but you definitely will see it change at some point. You just have to keep getting to the pocket. Very, very important to be consistent in that sense.
It's good words of wisdom right there that everyone can keep with them. Don't throw it to strike, rather.
Looks like Davenport and Culver Stockton are in their 10th frame, and as Mount Mercy and Whitewater are finishing up this game. Not a bad game for Mercy. Had a couple holes at the beginning, but definitely pulled it together as a team. Missed spare by their second bowler, but definitely strong 230 right after it. Looks like we're going to get to 218 if she strikes. It's Cassidy.
Cassidy Corey has been one of those building blocks here for this Mount Mercy program. Coach Andy Dirks. You mentioned they were second in the first power ranking of the 2019-2020 season, and because of that,
Gets the strike.
they finished second, and at the Midwest Collegiate Championships Mid-States Tournament, and to be sure that power points or rankings only include or only go up to, I should say, either whether it's qualifying or Baker. Does not include the results of the bracket. If the tournament does have a bracket. So basically all competition prior to any form of bracket. Shot there from Riley Blood. So again, second at the Midwest Collegiate Championships, which is a Tier 1, and then also at the Mid-States, also a Tier 1. Won the Golden Eagle Invitational, and second at the Five Seasons Classic. So it's really been a great start for Mount Mercy, trying to double up in regards to ITC appearances back-to-back years. They made it last year for the second time in program history.
Looks like Mount Mercy can get to 985 as a team if Riley can throw the next two in the 10th. Looks like she got that second one. And Whitewater, even with some struggling a little bit the first part of the game, can get to 956 with a strike by Caitlin Mertens. In this fill shot in the 10th, shoot 204 if she strikes. Okay, looks like she got it. So 956 for University of Wisconsin Whitewater in game number 2. It looks like Mount Mercy gets to
pretty sure it's
980.
9.
Oh, she got 9. Okay. I couldn't quite tell. They clapped. I thought she struck, but it wasn't 100% positive. So 984 for Mount Mercy. Both teams had a strong game by a couple of their bowlers. Rachel Pavlik with a big 250. And Sydney Urban for Mount Mercy shooting 234. Looks like Davenport and Culver Stockton are finishing up. Struggling a little bit more on 39 and 40, but again, not too terrible on 41 and 2, Emil. A little higher scoring, obviously, than what we're seeing left and right of us.
We turn our attention to 39 and 40 as near in the end here, Culver Stockton. A good opportunity to put a nice stamp on what could be a very solid game. Already a couple of 190s. So they 157 right now. Samantha.
Looks like Samantha Moore.
Got one a little right, but she's going to be in the 2-0s at least if she makes the spare. That'll get her to 211. 2 will get her to 210. So Culver Stockton looking at a potential game of 9:30 or so, potentially.
Mm-hmm. which is a huge improvement from their first game. I will say that. By about 200 pins. So that helps a lot.
And sometimes you see that too.
Definitely.
Game ones can be tough, obviously on fresh.
Oh yeah.
And if you're not used to perhaps maybe seeing, this is 37 feet, right? So if you're in the wrong part of the lane, you're going to see that immediate hook, and we saw some teams go through that in game one. And it's very easy to think that, hey, I just can't get the ball to not hook.
Yes. Which can be frustrating because I think at that point you might start to fish and moving around a little bit too much and make some adjustments too often and not really thinking through it. So it definitely can be that first game. Looks like a split for Cheyenne of Culver Stockton. She takes one off of it. So 161 for Cheyenne. 911. Not terrible considering. We'll see how they fare in game 3. Teams are in their transition to the next pair.
All right, game 2 is in the books officially on our featured pairs. One last look here at the scoreboard for 39 and 40. Again, 9-11 for Culver Stockton, 7:30 for Davenport. We will welcome Robert Morris, Illinois, Rock Valley. I'll tell you a fun story about a Rock Valley parent, actually from the West Collegiate, as well as Grandview and Iowa Central Community College. Someone mentioned or had a question in regards to Grandview early on. They will be on the featured pairs here momentarily. Now, for those of you wondering, Game 4 will feature Missouri Baptist as well as St. Francis, Illinois, Clark and Ottawa. Then we'll have Waldorf and Lindenwood in Game 5 along with Newman and Hastings. And Game 6 will feature Illinois State, Iowa State, Morningside, and Columbia.
I'm excited that we're going to see different teams today. We don't see anybody the same, so it's going to be nice to have 24 different teams come through and really get a good look at the field.
Yes, that is always a plus. The formats generally help that. In the way, obviously, the teams, the moving procedure, I really should say, helps give the best viewing experience from a team perspective. So we'll take a momentary break. Don't forget, folks, I don't know if I mentioned this, but we will be giving away an item today at the end of Game 6.
What are we giving away, Emil?
We are giving away...
I'm excited. Can I win it?
You used to could win it. You used to be eligible.
You used to be eligible. Okay. I guess.
We are giving away... Well, the old computer mouse is giving me trouble on my computer too. Man, I'm 0 for today. Where's the giveaway? All right.
It's a mystery.
Maybe it is.
It's going to be a surprise.
It's a USBC Collegiate T-shirt.
Yes. Okay.
So we'll be giving away one today and one tomorrow.
All right.
During the bracket play. Tomorrow's will be, I believe, in between kind of semis and the finals right before, and then today will be game number 6. So.
All right.
That's what we have coming up for you. Game 3 on the way here on Bowl TV.
get our names out. I didn't yeah, consistent 986. Keep the consistency. Don't stay up. Don't stay up. Boys aren't doing so Try to get serious to see how the Gopher game is.
What is the score of the Gopher football?
And it's, must have kicked it. Yeah, we were trying everything. Couldn't get nothing to come up. Screw it till we get to the main Gopher. Yep. Yep. Oh boy. Keep walking around with the energy. Actually, pulled over said you gotta drive. Yeah, we looked at the this morning. I worked at midnight. Well, my normal time is 1:30. Fridays we get done early. I can stay if I want to, but no, I just have to sleep. Which was nice, but it's been kind of a busy week. I think we got the Waterloo. Yeah, Waterloo. I got on the other side, and I said, I can't get my second off. Yeah, no, so then she took it to about, we were about 30 miles from here on that. And then, thank you. I took it. Yeah, she goes, yeah, you that's okay. Went out right away.
She had a great.
I was just praying we'd get through Minnesota before the deer hunters got in the woods and started scaring me from the deer. I'm like, oh, God.
Right.
I could just see it. Because she didn't want to drive through Minnesota. She's like, I really don't want to, deer. And I'm okay. What you need? I don't know. Why? Where do you want to be? Oh, I know. Oh, I know.
All right, good people of Earth.
And all those
I
listening.
forgot it's the first time you probably heard me say it. Yes.
Yes, I'm getting the full experience today.
Oh, that's, yeah.
Because normally, you know, I'm bowling while you're
That's right.
talking about all this exciting action.
We haven't even hit the stride yet either.
I'm excited to hear what I can. I'm excited to hear what's coming up.
This is not even close. Part of me is like keeping it cool as well because I don't want to want you to run away.
Scare me off.
I don't want you to run away yet.
I mean, I feel like I could say the same
just
thing.
Just kind of bringing you in, you know, just on the slow. Okay, don't go 100% E.
Don't go balls to the wall.
Bowl TV. Not yet.
Yeah,
just.
Okay.
No, I'm just playing.
I mean, like I said, I feel like I could say the same thing because
that's fair.
You know, we don't get to really talk a lot at the events because you're working and I'm
good.
busy bowling.
This was the parent I was telling you about, actually.
Oh, okay.
So we have Rock Valley and Robert Morris, Illinois, by the way, along with Iowa Central and the Grandview Vikings here on Bowl TV. This is Game 3. Joined in the booth by Shannon Sellens. My name is Emil Williams Jr. This is event number 4
of the collegiate season.
On Bowl TV. We began way back, and I say way back because it feels that way.
Right? It does.
October 5th and 6th at the Midwest Collegiate Championships in Wauwatosa, Wisconsin.
Wauwatosa.
We then moved on to Wichita, Kansas. 2 weeks later for the Mid-States Championships, so 2 Tier 1s to start the season. Last week we were in Atlanta for the Brunswick Southern Collegiate Classic, another Tier 1, and then our first Tier 2, which competition-wise is much like a Tier 1 event and right here at the Leatherneck Classic.
Not going to lie, I thought it was a Tier 1. When I was talking to Aaron Smith, we were discussing the tournament, and I just kind of assumed it was a Tier 1. Obviously, the competition is very high. A lot of schools, a lot of talent in the building right now. But then going back to the fact that you were in Atlanta last weekend, I'm not going to lie. Was the weather better? Because it's kind of cold here right now.
Well, I mean, first of all, it's the Midwest. And
I know it's
November 9th. So it's going to be a little chilly.
And I'm in the Midwest, and I live in the North right now in New York. It is.
You did kind of shock me when you said that right now New York is warmer.
Apparently it's quite a beautiful day from what my friends are telling me. I take a few extra degrees here, though. I'm not going to lie. It is a little chilly.
On lane 39, just to give you a couple lineups here for Robert Morris, Illinois. Megan Nakunovich from Canton, Michigan. Ronnie Dreyfus from Aurora, Illinois. Maddie Brandos from Brookfield, Wisconsin. Steph Alabama from Kenosha, Wisconsin. And rounding out the starting 5 right now, Samantha Scroggin from Lake Villa, Illinois. I believe Samantha won her first individual tournament of the season last week. I have to double check which event it was, but I did see that on social media, so congrats to Samantha. Also on the roster, Danielle Chapp from New Berlin, Wisconsin, along with
Abby
Marzalkowski from New Berlin, Wisconsin, and Cassie Beccaro from Plainfield, Illinois. And on lane 40, who do we have there, Shannon?
We have for Rock Valley, Jocelyn Johnson from Roscoe, Illinois, in the number 1 spot. Christina Simon from Belvedere, Illinois. Tegan Peterson from Rockford, Illinois. Kelsey Olson from South Beloit, Illinois. And rounding out the top 5, Angel Grenall. Sorry, I'm trying to read everyone's handwriting. McKesney, I believe, Illinois. And also on Rock Valley's roster, Lexi Sherman from Rockford and Amanda Wallace from Loves Park, Illinois. Pretty good start for both teams right now. A couple of Robert Morris's girls have doubles. Second and third bowlers, Ronnie and Maddie, are both on doubles. And their anchor bowler, Samantha, right now is up in the second frame. We'll see if she can double up as well. Looks like a good shot. Oh, all 10 back. Robert Morris definitely very strong program in these last few years, I believe.
What a start here for Grandview on 41. They've got 3 players with the front 3, and right now 2 players who are still clean. The leadoff bowler has gone 8-spare, 9-spare strike, and then here's their anchor player. And we'll get into those. That is Autumn Forrester at the top from Shakopee, Minnesota. Ariel Engel from Stewartville, Minnesota.
Stivey, I believe.
Yes.
I'm hoping that's how her name is pronounced. Let's see if we can say her last name.
Smysham.
Smedshammer, I believe.
Smedshammer from Farmington, Minnesota. Sabrina Bennett from Dunnigan, and I believe that is California.
Yes, sir.
And Hannah Duver from Indianola, Iowa. Blauvelt, from Farmington. Jessica Snyder from Johnston, Iowa. And Madison Standing from Cedar Falls, Iowa. Rounding out the roster for Grandview. So what a start. Iowa Central.
Iowa Central does not have, obviously, the same start, but not bad. They have a couple holes just from splits, but everyone else is clean. Their leadoff bowler is Evelyn Rowan from Troy, Michigan. Allison Christensen from Forest Lake, Minnesota. Tony Hansen from Anchorage, Alaska.
How about that?
How about that? That's the first Alaska bowler I've seen in a while. Except for Sean Rash, actually.
I was going to say, you would have experience.
He's like the only
from
one. Bailey Gherkin from Charles City, Iowa, and Miranda Pellant, it looks like, from Waterville, Minnesota, is their anchor bowler right now. Also on their roster, Madison Ross from Charles City, Iowa. Casey Schuyler, I'm hoping, Schuyler from Osceola, Iowa. And another Alaska bowler, Hannah Waldron, also from Anchorage.
How about that?
It's like the buddy system.
Well, there might be some sort of a pipeline there to that particular institution. We'll have to check and see if Iowa Central, not all community colleges are 2 years. The majority are
2 years.
But some aren't.
Absolutely.
But it could be a good way, to get a good start to their academic and collegiate bowling careers.
Definitely.
And of course, move on to finish out their time collegiately at a 4-year institution.
It's always a good route to go to save some money, too.
Yeah, that's
I'm telling you what.
That's a very good point, actually. Very
Get some of
good
those
point.
prerequisites out of the way, not have to spend a ton of money, and then be able to really focus if you go to a 4-year university after that. So,
well, while we have a moment, and obviously we'll be keeping an eye on what's in front of us, but you kind of come to terms and decide, hey, I'm going to go to Wichita State. How did you get to that point?
How did I get to that? That's a good question, Emil. So I grew up bowling in Kansas City. I grew up playing other sports as well. I played volleyball. I played basketball. I ran track. I always bowled. My mom ran the junior program at the center that I grew up bowling in. So I was always in a bowling center when I wasn't, playing another sport. And a girl that I was with gone to Wichita. She's the same age as my sister, actually. Had graduated in '98 and went to college that fall in Wichita. And at the time, there weren't a lot of female bowlers in Kansas City after she had left. We had a few, but it was just a lot of boys. And her dad and her were actually pretty instrumental in getting me down there. It's funny. I can say I never really thought about bowling in college when I first entered high school. It wasn't until like my sophomore, junior year that I was like, oh, this is like a viable thing. And they had talked to Gordon Vatican, who was then the leader of soccer bowling. He's since retired, actually, this year. Pretty major announcement in the college bowling world. Gordon Vatican's retirement program for many, many years, but came down for a campus visit and kind of stuck with me. So many great things about Wichita State's school. They have great programs. And it kind of just stuck. And when I then obviously considered college bowling, I thought about Nebraska, Lincoln. I thought about Central Missouri State, obviously, because I'm from Kansas City, and Central Missouri State is only about 45 minutes away. Actually, it's Central Missouri University now, I believe. Changed the name.
Yeah, University of Central Missouri.
Oh, University of Central Missouri. My fault. Old habits die hard.
It's okay.
Old habits die hard.
I understand.
And I also, I considered Wichita, and honestly, I'm really glad I made that choice. I did spend a couple years, but it definitely was probably bowling-wise two of the best years of learning. It really upped my mental game and my physical game, honestly. Mark Lewis, who obviously now heads Shocker Bowling, is probably one of the best physical game coaches you could ask for. He really gets it, and I really enjoyed that part of the program, becoming physically a better bowler. But then also the mental aspect of it, I think, has helped me as I've gotten older, and especially bowling PWBA events. Now that there's a tour again, and even the majors, the U.S. Open is a very, very long format, and being able to mentally stay in it is always very, very important. And that was a really great thing that I came out of that program with, just a better understanding of the mental game of bowling. So, how did you end up in Lindenwood?
I don't think we have enough time. To be honest.
Okay.
I can try to give the abridged version.
The abridged version?
But the abridged version would be, I had a school in mind that I did to attend initially. That kind of fell through, and I opted to try to do something different. I had a backup plan, which I would encourage everyone potential student athlete to have a backup school in mind in case, for whatever reasons, things that you really wanted to do just didn't quite follow through.
Not to interrupt you, Emil, but I'll tell you what. Grandview.
Oh, please interrupt me on that.
Right now. It's a very, very strong start. Their second and third bowler still on the front four. Or second and third. And fourth bowler just leaving a 7-pin, but very, very strong start this game. Strongest start we've seen so far.
This is about the time where you can't predict strikes, but this is the start of Game 3, right? We're into Game 3, and at this point, teams have a good idea of what's happening on the lanes, even though obviously they're moving after every game. But it's pretty clear, I think, Grandview has a pretty good eye on what the lanes are doing.
Absolutely.
And we'll see if that will continue on throughout the game. We are awaiting standings, so for those of you curious, haven't had any standings as of yet after 2 games. So when we have those, we will definitely get you what's happening in the lanes. Be sure to check out the Leatherneck Classic Facebook page as well. So for all, they'll be posting standings from every event, of course, men's, women's, JV as well. They'll be posted there. They are giving us standings in the building, thanks to Shane. Appreciate him.
Shout out to Shane.
Yeah. And I mean, literally, here he is right there.
Walking right by.
Literally,
Speak of the devil.
Here he is right there. All right, so we have standings now, and those standings are Wichita State, 20-34. They are in the lead currently at plus 34 after 2 games. Mount Mercy is second, 1970. Mount Mercy second, 1970. Robert Morris, Illinois is third at 1940. St. Xavier from Chicago is fourth at 1928. And fifth, Midland, 1880. Sixth is St. Ambrose at 1876. Iowa Central, who we are watching on our featured pairs, seventh at 1875. St. Francis, Illinois, eighth. They won the first Tier 1 event of the season. Eighth, Kansas Wesleyan, who won the Mid-State Championships. We mentioned that a little bit earlier, and also made an awesome 7-10. And I forgot which bowler that was.
I believe it was their anchor bowler,
yeah,
actually.
Tyler dropped it in the chat a little bit earlier, and Forgot where it was.
And I will say Kansas Wesleyan. I'm not 100% certain of what their lineup is, unfortunately. But we'll see if we can figure out which girl
I'll scroll through the chat. Tyler mentioned it earlier.
that was, yes.
And 10th, Wisconsin Whitewater in 1841.
What's your prediction this
Well, I'm going to scroll first and say I'm going to find Grandview. That's the
Okay.
first thing. Right now, Grandview is 14th, 18-14.
and they are coming out firing this third game.
And-
1 hole and 4 frames.
And with this starts,
Can make a big move. Definitely.
this is a moving type of game. Certainly. So we'll obviously see how things play out. I'll drop some of the scores in the chat. If you have a particular question about a team, please drop that in the chat as well. We'll let you know where they stand currently. After 2 games, I will drop the top 10 in the chat. Be on the lookout at the Facebook or the Collegiate Bowling, or the Leatherneck Collegiate, I should say, Facebook page. And you can get there by clicking on the 3rd tab right next to the Star tab, to be specific, whether you're watching on a desktop or your mobile device. It will say Leatherneck Classic Tournament Information. Click there, it'll take you right to the page. If you are just joining us and you're wondering where the scoreboards are, we will have them. They are likely remove them because they do produce a kind of a glitch on the viewer end. And
Yes.
so to prevent, things that might happen to your eyes, or you
We
might
don't need
get a
any-
headache.
We don't need any seizures happening
don't-
from this.
Don't want to do that to anyone. So every few frames or so, we'll have those up just to give you an update, and then we'll certainly have them near the end of the game. Well, at the same time, thanks to good folks, JT, I'll take a look and see if I can figure some things out with that. I've already started that process, haven't seen anything yet.
Okay. 5th frame here for Grandview and Iowa Central. Second bowler from Grandview, Ariel Engel. Getting 9 in the 5th frame.
Would you
Sucking
say
her
that
strength.
Grandview is still, or is, for all intents and purposes, kind of still playing them in a way that
In a way that is
that's conducive, obviously, to high score? We know that they're scoring well,
absolutely.
but sometimes it always doesn't mean that they're playing them in the way they should be playing them, quote unquote. But anything that says, and we'll watch.
I'm gonna watch this shot, and I'm gonna
be
give you a
Stuyvesant.
better answer.
That's okay. That's why we do this.
I'm much shorter than you, Emil. I need a step stool. I feel
I still don't
I need
actually believe that, by the way.
I might you never know. I might have to steal one of these step stools from these parents. They are very creative in their chairs.
Yes.
I don't believe that the parents were this creative when I was in college.
No, there weren't many kind of high-level step stools. Periscopes definitely were not a thing. Parents now create and
Definitely
handmade.
right. That was a little bit more movement left to right than I anticipated. The third bowler for Grandview. I'm hoping that her name is Stuyvesant. I'm really hoping that I'm saying her name correctly. But a little bit more left to right, but she also has a little bit more hand, it looks like. But still right overall. Not really that far left. Tony Hansen from Anchorage, third bowler for Iowa Central, striking. Looks like she crossed over, but she looks like she's still pretty far right, but pointing it a little bit more than really going up the lane. Ooh, bad miss there for Stuyvesant, unfortunately, missing the 610. Looks like we need a re-rack on that lane now. Robert Morris trying to get something 9 and 40, it looks like. That was an interesting strike on 43. I know we're not covering 43 and 44 right now, but left-handed bowler just hit the 2-4 and struck. It was quite the mix-up. I always enjoy seeing a few of those every once in a while. Always need a little bit of luck in this game. Great shot from Sabrina Bennett. Stevie. Okay. I appreciate that heads up. Stevie Smetshammer. I will not say it wrong again.
Don't forget, folks, we are also streaming the varsity portion of the men's division that is taking place at Highland Park. Aaron Smith is there and has you covered at Highland Park Bowl. So if you haven't seen it already, the men actually started first, so they were on the air, I believe, about an hour or so.
Sounds about right.
For the women's division here.
Poor Aaron didn't get to sleep in.
He did.
He did not.
And for whatever reason, fortunate open frame there for Grandview. For whatever reason, I have been I've been at the women's division for every event we've had so far. And once you do two in a particular division, it's just much easier to continue in that pace because you get familiar with players, coaches, names, etc.
A lot of familiar faces.
Yes, and but what's happened, the byproduct of that is I have subsequently been able to sleep in because for the events we've done so far, the women's division has started later, the men's division has started first.
Not that you're complaining or anything.
Not at all. not at all. That's what that is. I believe that's good leadership.
Yes.
That's good leadership. You know, try to start later. That way, you know, if anything's going down, there's things you got to go through. You don't have to put that on, you know, your fellow colleagues who are already up there. I did that to Daniel last week. Again, not intentionally, but for example, yes, you know, we got this particular center, and you know, the internet here is great. There shouldn't be any issues. And so
did you
go ahead
jinx
and
him at that point?
No. Everything
Okay.
went well. No, everything went well. But I just told him, no, you take this center. And my center, the internet was perfect also.
Oh, okay.
So I do want to shout out to the both Atlanta centers. But when there was a potential to be on a shared connection, and so whenever generally you're on a shared connection, there is the possibility of problems. It's just the way it is. So I said, hey, I'm going to be a good leader. I'm going to make sure you have the center where there should be no issues. Of course, the flip side is I'm going to sleep in.
Yes. I could have slept in today, and probably in hindsight I've liked to, but I did get up at 5 a.m. and go work out, start my day to get my heart going. It's usually a good start to a Saturday, I feel like.
I think so. We'll give you a quick score look here. Both pairs just about through fifth or five frame, excuse me. Rock Valley is finishing up the fifth frame as we speak.
Couple spots there for Valley in the fifth.
Did you just see that?
I did.
Unfortunately for Kelsey Olson, she took the 3 off the 9-10, the 3-9-10.
Oh, wait. Maybe I thought I saw that, but that's hard to do.
You don't see that very often.
No, you do not.
Meanwhile, Grandview, and specifically
Ariel Engel,
just continuing to, I got a chance to, I feel like I met a couple of Grandview parents last year. Towards the middle or the end of the season in January specifically.
Okay.
I think we were at the Kegel ISBPA Midwest Classic. And I'm almost positive I did. Had a nice, good conversation.
What's your favorite parent story so far?
Well, so this parent in front of me,
Okay.
I actually forgot her name, which I used to be very good at names.
I won't tell her you said that.
I'm not going to lie. Forgot her name. And I once was very good at names. The older I've gotten, the worse I've become at remembering names. But she came up to me at, I believe it was the first event of the season in Wisconsin. And she came up to me, and generally speaking, if we have the headset on, right, that generally means that we are on the air and in conversation, whatever.
The mic is always on.
Yes. And she came right up, and she took a photo of me.
Okay.
It was very odd, right? I'm just sitting, and you guys can't see us right now, but right now I'm standing, but I'm looking at what's in front of me, got the headset on, and all of a sudden on my peripheral I see a phone. Yeah, on the left side of my face, and I was like, "Oh, what's happening?" It startled me.
Number one fan?
And I was like, "Well, I mean, I don't know what's happening. Maybe she just loves what I do on Bull TV." And she said, "No, she was actually taking a photo of the type of headset that I was wearing because I think her, along with other folks from the school, were, and I'm assuming that they were intrigued in regards to live streaming and how they might be able to do something like that."
Okay.
She's like, "No, I'm sorry. I was taking a photo of the headset." And I was like, "No, you could just ask me. I can just tell you what it is." And she said, "Well, I thought you were on the air. I thought you couldn't take off the headset." And I was like, "You know what?
Thank you for being respectful
Thank
of that.
you, because that would not happen most of the time. And
That is very
people
true.
would just come right on up and begin to talk." And so she took an alternate route, which startled me, but it was the right thing to do.
I think you should take a picture of your headset and sign it for her.
Well, then I would have a headset.
No, take a picture of the headset
Oh,
and
sign
then sign
the photo.
it. Yeah,
Oh, okay. That's fair. Could do that.
You're like, here you go, at the next event. See what she says.
Well,
My sister did that one time, not going to lie. She signed a picture of her. I don't know why. It's very weird. Thinking about it, I don't know if I should tell this story, but she went to a concert and
before
she
you
was.
go any further, just think about what the end result of the said conversation is.
She won't even know. Okay. I told everybody. It's fine. She thought it would be funny to, instead of getting a signed picture of Dirk Bentley, to sign a picture of herself as like a fan and like give it to him. I'm not really sure why, looking back, but yeah, I don't know. That was a weird story, but yeah, I just, for some reason I remember that. We went to a concert of his in Lawrence.
Bailey Erkin making the 310 the hard way.
That is a tough spare.
And she was also left-handed from Iowa Central.
I missed that in the U.S. Open show. I left it a couple times. I figured out how to pick it up the second time. Funny story about that split, though. I was watching the replay of our show while I was at work at one of the bowling centers that I work at. And there was a guy in the bar talking about the bowlers on the show.
Oh.
And it happened to be me missing that spare.
Uh-oh.
And he made a comment, and I kind of laughed, and I looked at him and said, "Oh, my God, you're right." That really did suck for her. It took him a second to realize that he was talking about me. And he's like, "Oh." And he looked at his friend. He's like, why didn't you tell me she was standing right there? I'm like, it's fine. It's fine.
I mean, you did miss it.
I did. I missed it the first time I left it, and then I left it again. So we have coming up on 41-2 for Grandview and Iowa Central.
A run of 3 over for Steph Fallebeck of Robert Morris. Of course, Robert Morris, the defending intercollegiate team champions. They defeated McKendree
Last year? Okay.
2018, and a very epic final. Went the distance.
I always like those, I feel like.
Yep.
It's like Game 7 of the World Series.
It very much had that feel.
Kind of exciting.
Out in front early. I believe it was 2-0. Robert Morris comes back and ultimately wins the last 3. Courtney Ermish doubled. And ultimately threw them all in the 10th, but very epic, and one of the best facial expression or reactions I've ever seen after striking in the 10th frame. I mean, unbelievable stuff. But
I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch that, actually.
of course, all of these teams fighting to get through the season, to have an opportunity. Not everyone will get that chance, certainly, to
Not
compete
at
at
all.
the Intercollegiate Team Championships that will take place in April.
Is it 64 women's teams?
We get to sectionals.
No. Oh, yeah, to get to sectionals. It's
Yes.
64, right?
I believe it's 80 men's teams.
80s men. Oh,
Although I feel that number on the women's side has increased. I have to double check that.
okay.
And of course, 16 teams, men and women, advance to the Intercollegiate Team Championships.
Where are they being held this year, actually?
This year they are at in Wyoming, Michigan.
Oh, I was like, wow, they're going to a remote location until you said Michigan.
At I believe Spectrum Lanes.
Okay.
And folks, joined in the booth by Shannon Sellens, and as Shannon mentioned, she did make the show at the U.S. Women's Open this year in 2019. A former collegiate bowler, went to Wichita State, so experiences galore, both collegiately, professionally, and also now is helping the youth, helping a future for the sports as a high school coach
The future for
as
the
well.
sports.
So a lot of different perspectives that Shannon can provide us. And I'll ask you a question about from the youth and the high school perspective when you, after kind of watching, and you know about collegiate bowling, obviously. So you've watched a few games now at this point. What would you tell, what's your advice for your high school players or any high school athlete that may ask you, hey, Shannon, hey, Coach Sellens, what do I need to do, or what should I be focused on, working on to be the best collegiate bowler I can be when I, getting to that point? What do I need to work on to give myself the best chance to bowl collegiate?
I feel like there's a couple answers for this question. Fundamentally, I start with the fundamentals, personally. I want, and I tell my kids, they have to have the fundamentals down. They need to be able to make spares. They need to be able to fill frames. For lack of anything better to say about that, fundamentally, getting the ball down the lane the same way twice, and filling frames. But then also, I think, especially in collegiate bowling, communication is so important when you're in an environment like this. And if you have a bowler that's not able to communicate effectively to his teammates or to her teammates, I think it can really hinder them. So I think being able to communicate with your team and being a team player is definitely important as well. I do like to tell my my bowlers, spares are super important. We'll teach you how to strike, but definitely want you just to be able to pick up spares constantly and communicate. I like to ask them where their ball went.
Okay.
And when I first started asking them that, I got this bewildered look all of the time. And it took a little bit for them to understand what I was asking and why I was asking it. And now it's a lot easier to get the correct answer.
That makes sense.
It's important, and I think I get a lot of new bowlers. I do coach in a Catholic private school, so we get a lot of first timers that are seniors. So I spend a good majority of the beginning of the season teaching kids honestly how to bowl. They've never actually learned how to bowl, and then we go from there, and it's a little bit of a crash course because our season's not that long. But we do tell them, you need to watch the ball. You need to watch where it goes, because I can't tell you how to move or what to do if I don't know if you hit the basic area of your target. I'm not asking you to split boards here. General vicinity of this particular mark. So for me, it's definitely spare shooting and being a good communicator. And I think that kids who are very introverted, that might not be very good at communication, I think they can learn a lot if they really practice that. In this setting, it's a lot smaller in the high school, Catholic high school league, I should say. But it can take you places when you get to this level, especially if you really want to bowl in college. So, just my little tidbit.
Good answer.
Thanks. I always I tell other people when we talk about high school bowling, I want them to be good bowlers. I want them to love it as much as I love it. But at the same time, I also want them to be better people at the end of the day. Like, if you don't become a better bowler, as long as you become a better person, or that you take some bit of knowledge that I've given you, you can take with you through your life, or something you remember, that's always important to me. I have amazing coaches, not just in bowling, but in other sports that I've played, and there are things that they have said and things that they have taught me that I still remember to this day. So I want them to look back on these years that they spent bowling in high school and be able to take something from it as they go through life and go through college and understand what life is about. So little in depth there, but you know.
No, those are all, to me, very important things, because this thing we call college bowling, you know, there are many stories, and everyone doesn't always get to this level the same way.
Absolutely.
There are players who are, you know, it almost seems like at birth they were born to do this.
Yeah.
There are players who you just kind of talked about where they get into the game a little later, and then, you know, they need to learn or have to learn various things at a various age or different age than when someone else learned them maybe at 11, 12. But everyone's got the same common goals at the end of the day. So it's good to hear, you know, someone with your coaching experience, especially at the high school level, because you're with players who, you know, may want to do or get to this level at some point, probably sooner rather than later, I imagine as well. After the good start, sorry.
Oh, no. Go ahead.
After the good start for Grandview, they haven't completely given away their good start, but they have had a few struggles here, a couple of open frames as of late. But Ariel Engel has continued her good pace. She is a 7 of 8 at Lone Spare, coming in frame number 5. As Sabrina Bennett now stepping up on lane 42. I think all 4 teams right now in obviously decent position as the 7-pin goes. We haven't seen a lot of 7-pins carry.
No,
and that's
not
been
at
one
all.
thing I've noticed, especially from right-handers. 7-pins have been hit or miss in regards to carry.
That's one of those heartbreaking hits. I think even more so than like an 8 or a 9. When you hit the pocket really well, really solidly, and the 7-pin is just standing.
I agree. Nice shot there from Bailey. So we've seen a couple of lefties now. Bailey from Iowa Central. And over on our left side from Rock Valley. Shout out to Angie Wallace, by the way. Angie was the parent
mom?
I was referring to. She is from Rock Valley. I think she said her oldest daughter is watching at home. So hello.
Hello, oldest daughter. We like it. We love that you are watching.
We do love that you are watching, and we certainly appreciate it. As we mentioned, we've got a ton more collegiate action, of course, on the way the rest of the season. So don't forget, if you haven't already, be sure to check out .com/collegiate. That'll help you see not only every event across the collegiate landscape, but certainly what we will be live streaming as well. So be sure to check out the 2019-2020 live stream schedule on Bowl TV, so you don't miss a minute of all of your favorite teams or student athletes. As we talked about, making a run toward the Helmer Cup this season.
The Helmer
Cup. You can only do that. Yes.
Herm.
You can
Such
only do it
awesome,
on Bowl TV.
Awesome legacy for college bowling. He was so. Did you ever meet Kerm?
I did not.
Oh my God, he was so nice.
Please.
I didn't get to be around him too much,
Okay.
but I want to say he coached at Erie Community College,
Correct.
if I remember correctly. Just a super genuine, nice guy who had such a history in college bowling. I want to say he passed away in the early 2000s.
I think that's also
Correct.
about that time.
Not 100% positive of that, but definitely a great ambassador for the sport and for collegiate bowling in general. In fact, if I remember correctly, my head coach at the high school that I coach at, a guy named Jeff Fennell, bowled for Erie. He would have bowled for him, if I remember correctly. I'm not going to swear to that, and he'll probably tell me if he was listening right now that he'd probably give me the facts. But just a genuine great ambassador for the sport. Loved college bowling, loved bowling in general, and just a really nice man.
All right, Ariel is up here on lane 40.
In the foundation frame.
9th frame. And she wraps a 10-pin.
She looked like she didn't like that so much when she let it go. But still a great game. She had 2-0 in the 8th. She spares her in the 9th. Going to set up a nice 250 game if she can throw all 3 in the 10th. Definitely keeping Grandview in it. Their third bowler struggling a little bit these last few frames right behind her, but hopefully get the momentum back going into that 10th frame. Robert Morris in the 8th frame. Struggling a little bit with spares, which I feel like is a theme from time to time.
Not necessarily with Robert Morris.
No, not with Robert Morris. Sorry, I should have prefaced that better. Just in general, but definitely getting every pin you can is so important right now. It's a marathon, not a sprint. At the same time, 6 games goes pretty fast.
It does, and you can put yourself obviously in a tough situation in regards to how close or far away you are from being in the lead or being in the top 5, whatever the case may be. In some cases with a bracket, so top 8 teams after tomorrow's Baker will move on to the bracket. So most of the time you cannot lose the tournament on day 1, but sometimes you can put yourself in a very tough position
to win it.
To get to where you want to get to.
Absolutely. I want to see if Stevie has adjusted a little bit. She got the spare in the 9th. Struggled the last few frames for Grandview after that really great start.
As a coach, how would you advise one of your players when if they do get off to a good start and then have some struggles, maybe miss a spare to a split or something? How do you advise to kind of keep that momentum and keep their morale up after a good start like that?
I think it's a natural thing for most bowlers to dwell on the score. When they're constantly looking at it, they're looking at that open instead of taking that out of the equation and focusing their efforts again on the next shot. I usually pull my kids aside and tell them, you know what, let it go. You can't do anything about it at this point. You need to refocus. We need to make a shot. And then we talk a little bit about their last shot. And if it was a good shot, then we need to move. We need to make an adjustment. If it wasn't a good shot, then the next step is to make a good shot and to hit your target. And then we'll go from there. But the more you dwell on that open or on that bad break, the less opportunity, I guess, the less opportunity you're going to have to actually make a good shot the next time because you're going to not be focused on the right things. It can be a little bit difficult when you have new bowlers because they don't always understand it in the same way. Obviously, their knowledge is minimal compared to other bowlers, but I definitely, if I could cover the scores while they're bowling, I absolutely would, just because I don't want them to focus on that. I remember 2 years ago, he was a senior, loved to bowl, had just started his freshman year in high school, had never really bowled before, but definitely one of those kids that picked it up very quickly. And he had 8 or 9 in a row. And he was so nervous, but he kept looking at the score. And I'm like, Nikhil, stop looking at the score. I'm like, your job right now is to just do the same thing that you're doing every single frame, not about the score. So it's kind of the opposite of obviously having a bad break, but you definitely have, when you struggle a few frames, you get down, I think it's super important just to refocus your mind and close your eyes and visualize yourself striking. Just put yourself back in that mindset and remember that you can't change anything that's already happened. You just have to go again and make a good shot and play it as it lies, as they would say.
Ooh. Nicely done.
Nicely done. I know a few sports.
Yes, you do. You're very experienced in the athletic world. I just dropped the top 20 folks in the chat just as a recap. I know we mentioned standings, which seemed to be at the top of this game. That was several minutes ago at this point. So I wanted to give you, again, the top 20 as we see a nice trip for
a double for Iowa Central from Evelyn Rowan, it looks like.
More for Evelyn. She can get into the 2-0s. Meanwhile, Rock Valley to our left and just missing a 9-pin. That's Tegan Peterson from Rockford, Illinois. Speaking of Rockford, I was just in Rockford on Tuesday.
Oh, really?
Of this week. Oh, my.
Big strike there for
How about
Evelyn.
that, Evelyn? Well, the 10-pin thought about standing. And that would not have been very cool or kind of said 10-pin. But in regards to Rockford, I was there for a very brief site visit for the PWBA tour, as there will be a tour stop back in Rockford for the first time in quite some time, actually.
Is it at the Cherry Bowl?
It is at the Cherry Bowl.
I have good memories of the Cherry Bowl.
It is at the Cherry Bowl. We both do, and we'll get into that.
I do like the Cherry Bowl.
As we go on. Myself and Tennille Milligan, Director of Operations for the PWBA. Also, she is a USBC Hall of Famer. But for those who don't know, Rockford was the literal home of the Professional
PWBA.
Women's Bowling Association.
Yes,
As
sir.
in operations, the address, for example, of the PWBA was in Rockford to the Cherry Bowl,
Yes.
for example.
John Sumner.
Yes, and we had a chance to talk with John. Actually, Tony as well. Tony is actually the men's coach at Rock Valley.
Okay.
So he's over at Highland Park doing his thing, of course, with the Rock Valley squad. Chris Wiley is actually the women's head coach. Chris actually used to compete at Wisconsin Whitewater, and he is from Rockford. So
I do love the fact that it's going back to the Cherry Bowl, actually.
me too. And
For the 50th, this is the 5th year of the tour, right? Come back to the 50th. This is going to be the 6th season?
This past season was year 5 since.
I'm a little behind. It's amazing, honestly, the history that the tour has in Rockford. John Sumner, a great ambassador for the sport, and genuinely loved what he did for the PWBA. And I know he was sad when it folded the first time, but it's great to see it back, and I feel like better than ever.
It is right where it should be, right? There should be a stop, obviously, in Rockford, considering certainly the history of what that city of Rockford, what it has meant to the tour historically. They even still have certain things up from a memorabilia perspective. There was a clock on the wall that actually said LPDB.
Oh, nice.
that Tony himself said he hung up years back, and it's still there. So
talk about homey centers.
Yes.
We're talking about the feeling of this center. A homey
right now.
feeling.
It feels
And
very, very inviting and just kind of down to earth. Everyone who you just got off work and you just come to the league, and everyone knows each other. And yes, I agree. Cherry Bowl has that.
Cherry
same
Bowl has that feeling. Especially, it's funny because we bowled there. What year was that? 2014, I want to say. We had the All-Star there. I think it was the year they did not have the U.S. Open. And they actually had the All-Star, which is, fun fact, the U.S. Open before the U.S. Open was the U.S. Open. Just so many great memories of the Cherry Bowl from my collegiate days.
Yep.
But I'm excited. That actually might be a stop I hit. We'll have to see time-wise if that works.
Nice game again to Ariel Engel. She finishes with 248, a very clean 248 at
Very
that.
clean.
And Grandview here has got a chance, to our knowledge, and we haven't seen the game-by-game scores. Bears here. We know that Wichita State shot 1039 in game 1. And by the process of elimination, we could find out what they shot.
They shot 995
in game
by
2.
my powers of subtraction. No math major over here. I was a communications major, but they did shot 995 game 2, it looks like. But Grandview can make a pretty good move. They're sitting in 14th after 2 at 18-14. But
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Grandview gets themselves into the top 10.
after this game?
I'm going to say, and I'm going to preface it by saying, I think both the anchor or 4th and 5th players, in this case that would be Sabrina and Hannah, if they each mark in the 10th frame, I think the top 10 is inevitable for Grandview after this game. Nice job by Stevie, 189, and Autumn, who will let off things for Grandview, 181 in the books. On the other side, Iowa Central far behind. And, of course, Grandview had the benefit of the excellent start, but I think Iowa Central has bowled overall pretty well, all intent and purposes taken into account.
Absolutely. And I have to say, Stevie for Grandview coming back. She had a rough few couple frames there, but getting to 189, considering sometimes can be tough to do, to grind out, to get the after you have such a strong start and you have a couple holes, getting back on it and just trying to get as many pins as you can.
Big shot there for Sabrina Bennett. That already puts them at 990. You know, they've got a lot out there left still.
Get to 1050, 1060 pretty easily if the anchor bowler also strikes out. Hannah.
Keep an eye on what's happening over in Grandview. 10th frame for Rock Valley and Robert Morris as well. Already in the books for Rock Valley. Jocelyn Johnson shot 169. 184 just finishing up for Christina Simon. And for Robert Morris, 198 the top by Megan Makunovich. And Ronnie Dreyfus here with 3 in a row. Makes it 4.
Makes it 4. And they are sitting in 3rd right now after 2 games. So definitely want to get as many pins as they can.
Former, I should say, All-American Michael Martell helping out the varsity squad here on the girls' side.
I knew he looked familiar to me.
Yes.
Like, I know who this is right now.
He was, I believe last year was his final year of eligibility.
Yes.
As well. Yeah, on the men's side for Robert Morris, they're looking to kind of redeem themselves last year. They missed ITCs, unfortunately, after finishing 2nd
the year
before.
That's tough, especially when you have seniors.
It was, and I was there. Sorry, the cheer caught me off guard from Robert Morris. But Ronnie, 5 in a row.
Great finish to that game.
Yeah, she's going to be in the 230s, and then she waves at the camera, and that's what she should do because she knows she's on Bowl TV.
It's your moment to shine.
To finish that story, as we watch Grandview here, and the 7-pin goes again. So we've seen some good carry on the 7. I think if you hit the 7-pin kind of in that light switch zone, it seems to be more apt than high flush hits may not carry the 7 too well from what we've seen so far.
I think Carolyn Doran-Ballard would agree with you. She likes the light switch. It's always a big hit. Definitely 10-20 so far for Grandview. Great game. Again, 41 and 2. A little higher scoring.
Robert Morris has got a chance to, small chance, but to get to plus this game as well.
Great 230 game there.
Tegan Peterson gets to 158 for Rock Valley. Forgot what I was talking about. What was I
Robert Morris.
Oh, yes.
You're talking about Robert Morris University.
Yeah, so I was at the Addison sectional, of which they competed, and I won't say it was a home game per se, but for Robert Morris, who at the time I believe was the top team in the country. Yeah, just and I say short in relative purposes because downtown Chicago to Addison it's not the furthest thing. But nicely done for Grandview.
Great game, 10-40.
You could not put a better game up. 10-50.
10-50? Oh. See? Spoke too soon.
I caught it now. You
You
were talking
did.
about this the last game, and there's that slight hesitation from the score monitor to finish adding the score. So 10:50 for Grandview and 9:03 for
Iowa Central.
Iowa Central. The Iowa Central bowling team, and I'll get back to that story on Robert Morris as we watch them finish things up. But Iowa Central, talking about coaches and whatnot, and Haley Hall has done a great job. And I'm saying this because I've watched at least Iowa Central a couple times already this year. Haley, a former bowler at Midland
Okay.
University, and has women's bowling coach. She's assistant, of course, overall, is the head coach of the program. But Haley has really done what I think a very good job, week in and week out. And again, that's kind of the benefit of seeing the same division over and over, because you can see player improvement, team improvement, etc.
Absolutely. Speaking of Midland, I mean, you think about them being a newer program back in the, mid to late 2000s? Aaron McCarthy, PWBA champion.
Yep.
Midland. And really, programs really come into its own, I feel like.
I agree.
Is it still led by JJ?
No. Bill Holbrook.
Bill Holbrook
is the
Okay.
Leader of that program. You'll see Bill. He may be here. I'm not sure if he is over with the
men's team.
Or not. Good shot there from Robert Morris.
Great shot.
Looks
great
like
shot.
a couple of players, or excuse me, a couple of fans, and perhaps some parents have made the drive. I'm not sure where they're from respectively, but 2.5 hours from Chicago to get to the Quad Cities. Anyway, so final story about Robert Morris on the men's side. Very gracious in defeat. I thought they handled what was a very tough situation for them, and obviously disappointing. And for them, it kind of came down to the last 4 games to try to get there, try to sneak into the top 4.
So they were number 1 in the country going into the sectional.
They were.
That is tough.
Yes, had a lot of seniors, and but they handled it well. Shook hands with the team, and I can't think of it right now who it was. It might have been Lawrence Tech. I'm not sure. But if it was Lawrence Tech, they went on to finish second at ITCs last year on the men's side as well, losing to
McKendree men. Shout out to McKendree men. The
Speaking
O'Keefe's leading that program.
Speaking of the McKendree men, Charlie Ree from that squad shot 300 earlier today at Highland Park. You can actually check out a video of that at the Leatherneck Classic Facebook page. So you can check out a cool honor score. So
that's always exciting when you shoot an honor score at a big event. Have you ever shot 300 at a collegiate tournament?
I have not.
You have not.
No, but I do know of there were a couple people. Well, I shouldn't say a couple. There was at least one player that I know of for sure who did it at this very event. His name was Zach Hunter.
Okay.
And keeping the ties of the 6 degrees of separation alive as Rock Valley finishes with 858, and Angel Ganal shoots a 176. Zach Hunter went to Lindenwood, Rockford, Illinois. Zach went to Rock Valley for the first 2 years before transferring to Lindenwood.
Okay. That is like a 6 degrees of separation.
I feel like I had a lot of 6 degrees of separation in this game.
Can we play the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon?
I've heard a lot of things about that.
You've never actually tried to play it?
No.
I kind of feel like maybe we should. Maybe. Although hearing Kevin Bacon talk about it's actually very fun. Google that thing, but it kind of is a thing. Ooh, and the 6-pin stands for Samantha Scroggin for Robert Morris. She spares this. She shoots 201. Pretty strong game, actually, for Robert Morris. 10-13, I believe, if she spares. A couple holes in the middle of the game, but overall not too bad. Couple splits as well.
And folks, we apologize for any technical difficulties that we talk about. We've had some intermittent connection issues, so if your stream drops or freezes, I've been trying to kind of nip them in the bud as they happen, if you will. So just bear with us in that regard. But we do appreciate everyone here at Big River Bowling.
Definitely.
Of course, we mentioned Sean, but Joe here at the front counter, Doug, Sue, and the owners here, the owner of Big River. 200 on the nose there for Samantha. Of course, they had someone come in and take the fill.
Not too bad. Not too bad for Robert Morris. 10-12 overall. That should keep them right up there in the top. They're in the top 3. Moving into game 4. As the teams are making their way to their next pairs. And grabbing snacks on the way. That's one thing I think I miss about college bowling, when everybody gave you food. Now it's like, wait, can somebody go get that for me? And you have to buy it. Being not always fun, Emil, I'm not going to lie.
The ability to add snacks to the college bowling game, if you will, has been game-changing.
Yes.
I told a story about that last week, but just, in agreement, that was pretty much non-existent for the most part. It definitely was non-existent for our program. Like, no one really thinks to do that until later on.
Yeah.
But we started seeing more and more, parents and fans kind of come in and help their respective teams with healthy snacks, and emphasis on healthy. Because, back in the day, it was just like, hey, well, you're hungry? Let's just go get a basket of fries, and everyone just
absolutely
chow down on that for a little bit. Should kind of tide you over maybe for a couple of games and then call it a day.
I will say, I remember a couple of tournaments my dad had come to when I was in college. Probably my sophomore year, I would think. More so than my freshman year. They'd bring coolers. Coolers of Gatorade, coolers of water, Cheez-Its. Cheez-Its were a big hit. Cookies.
I think they still are.
Yes.
I don't think you can really go wrong with
but yeah, they would
Cheez-Its.
show up and load the van, come to wherever we were bowling. Usually somewhere in the Midwest if it was within driving range. And feed us in between games. Shout out to my parents.
I was going to say, well, yes, thank them for being such awesome individuals. Game 4, who do we have coming up?
Game
Shannon?
4, we have Missouri Baptist University on 39 with the University of St. Francis on lane 40. Clark University on 41 and Ottawa University on 42. Looks like a couple pairs are still finishing up game 3 just to our left. Talk about pace. Mount Mercy and Ottawa are only in the 9th frame of game 3.
And they are just nearby. Well, let's see if we can get a little bonus coverage here.
This is why it helps that you're like 6'5", Emil.
Yes, sometimes it is beneficial to be not quite 6'5". But if
I feel like you're 6'5".
If I was 6'5", I would have received way more questions about my athletic choices than I already have in my lifetime.
Absolutely. Although growing up, there was a pro shop operator in Kansas City who used to have a shop at AMF West, which any of our longtime bowling fans will know that AMF West used to be King Louis West, and the PBA used to come through there every year back in the 80s, I want to say. His name was Charlie Lacey, and his son was like 6'7", I feel like. He was very, very tall, and he bowled. But he was one of those kids that like grew really, really fast. He kind of didn't grow into his body at the right speed. So very lanky, very awkward at times. definitely very, very tall for a bowler. Always interesting.
Tallest bowler I know is Greg Thompson Jr.
Greg is what, 6'6"?
I believe so.
I love
That's
Greg.
the tallest bowler that I know, personally.
We have Ian Lang on Long Island, bowled for St. John's. He's like 6'4", 6'5", but I feel like he stands like he's like 6'7". He's a big guy with the shortest approach I've ever seen. Amazing to me. But yeah, I would say Greg is probably one of the taller bowlers that I know. He's going out on tour next year.
He is, and I think he's been on and off within the last, I don't know, probably decade or so, but I did just see that recently in regards to social media. So he'll be needing some opportunities to get the right lodging deals, right? He's got to figure out where to stay when he's on the road.
It's true.
And good folks, you've got to do the same thing when you go and bowl the Open Championships, the Women's Championships. Heck, even if you're going to Junior Gold next season. Well, the best way to do that and make sure your hotel is taken care of is visiting mybowlingvacation.com. mybowlingvacation.com. Again, Junior Gold this year will be in Las Vegas. So be sure to check that out. Open Championships is heading to Reno.
Yes, Reno, Nevada, and the Women's Championships are also in Vegas this year, as well as the Queens.
A lot going on this year.
Nevada has a lot going on this year. I think I'm going to spend about 10 days straight between the Queens and the the Women's Championships in Vegas, and then I'll go back to Reno at the end of the month for the Open Championships, and then fly back to Kansas City for a very important Hall of Fame induction. It's going to be
For yourself, right?
for myself, absolutely.
We'll
yes.
save that for Game 3. We won't give that
You mean
away.
Game 4?
Yes, Game 4. Excuse me. We'll save that for Game 4.
Talk a little bit more about that later, but yeah, I'm going to spend I feel like 2 weeks in Nevada as a whole, travel time and whatnot. So mybowlingvacation.com.
It sounds like you'll need that.
I will, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, Mount Mercy and Ottawa getting into the 10th frame, it looks like. Teams have to obviously wait till everybody is done. Is that like a thing, or is it just a...
They don't technically
They
have
don't?
to.
Okay. I wasn't sure how
unless
that...
it's have to, but what I believe is, but I think Ottawa.
Oh, that's a bad break on 38. 4-9 looks like a good shot from our angle, but Mount Mercy bowler.
I think Ottawa is coming to 42.
Oh, yes, that is actually correct.
And so, if 43 and 44, for example, if they've got two teams, they don't have to wait, or they could certainly bowl, but
I guess it's nice to keep pace, though, if they're going to wait. If they're only a frame or two
Yeah,
behind.
I think.
Everybody kind of gets done at the same time.
exactly.
It's always interesting whenever you're getting done bowling from a qualifying block, and there's people that are literally just starting their last game. You're like, how did we get off so badly?
So while we have a brief second, we'll step aside momentarily and hydrate.
Yes. Agua.
And we'll be back with you in a moment. Again, we are in the booth all week with, I don't know, should we call you? I think I called you a special guest earlier today.
Special guest.
But once you get past the first event, you do another one, you're no longer
I'm no longer
special.
I mean,
A
I think
special
my mom
guest.
my
You're still
mom
a
might
guest.
beg to differ. She might still call me special.
I don't know if would be. No, I'm just playing. But we are in the booth with Shannon Sellens. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Game 4 is upcoming. One more time for the good folks, Shannon. Who do we have coming up?
We have Missouri Baptist University and University of St. Francis on 39 and 40. And on 41 and 2, Clark University and Ottawa University. So we'll be excited to see where these teams are going to play, I think, this fourth game. You know, we're in the middle of that transition, obviously. After 2, Clark was in 16th place. Not sure how they bowled that last game, game 3. And Ottawa was in 20th. And they are finishing up right now on 37-8 with Mount Mercy. So we'll see how they fared in game 3 overall.
All right, St. Francis captured the win at the Midwest Collegiate Championship, so we'll see what they have in store for us coming up here in game number. Back with you in a moment. You're watching the 2019 Leatherneck Classic Women's Division here from Big River Bowling in Davenport, Iowa on Bowl TV.
I hope so.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Game 4 is underway here on our featured pair 40 along with 41 and 42. My name is Emil Williams Jr. and I'm joined by Shannon Sellens here on Bowl TV as we bring you the women's coverage, women's varsity coverage of the 2019 Leatherneck Classic.
Pretty good start so far, I think. Emil, good.
I would agree. Good bowling by a few different teams. This pattern, 37 feet. Kegel Radiant.
37, 38 feet, right around
37 and 25 milliliters of oil. So, we anticipated players to be, and teams to be playing further right, and certainly I believe they have done that for the most part. I think the scores when teams have been in the right part of the lane have reflected that area or so.
Absolutely.
We'll continue to see now with a few games on this pattern, I should say, what type of transition and how the players may have to potentially make changes or adjustments if necessary. We anticipate that always is. Just on first glance or first thoughts, what moves, if you were looking ahead basically, when you started games 1, game 2, like, okay, well, we're playing them here. Most teams are maybe playing them similar. Some teams are maybe closer to the track. What moves might you anticipate making as you get later into the block on this type of condition?
I think you're going to see a little bit more of the opening of the angles. You're not really going to see as much parallel because the pattern is so much shorter. The girls now who are able to make it tip a little bit down lane, or looks like they're scoring a little bit better. I would love to see the first couple teams that we saw. Obviously, if they've moved down to the left of us, but just to see how they're playing them now. As obviously Wichita started out 2 strong games. I'm not sure obviously what they shot game 3, but because they started right in front of us, you got to see how they started. Shot first game coming out really strong, playing right, straight up behind it. Not a lot of tipping down lane, but now you're going to have to open that angle slightly. You're going to have to get it a little bit more left to right. Not a lot, but enough. So I'd like to see those teams to see the first few that we saw, see what they're doing. But you're going to obviously anticipate getting in a little bit. Not, I don't think you're going to see huge moves inside, especially because girls tend to have a little less hand overall than even with the boys. Are the boys going on the same thing? Do we know?
I believe so.
Okay.
I don't know if it's the exact same, but it's very similar to my understanding.
Yeah. So I think you're going to see a little bit more left to right and a little bit more tipping down lane. You're going to want balls that are going to tumble to the pocket a little bit more. Not as much end over end, because I think if you go more end over end and get 2 up the back of it, I don't think you're ever going to get it to turn. You're going to see a lot more multi-pin spares. So
I feel that's a term that's said often. The word tumble.
Tumble.
Describe that to the viewers if you can. What does that mean? When do you know you're doing it correctly?
When I strike, how you know you're always doing it correctly? It's all in how the ball makes its directional change down lane and rolls into the pocket. 9 times out of 10, I'm looking at balls that have weight holes in them, which obviously now are going to be outlawed.
Yes, correct. Don't forget about that.
Don't forget about that. But prior to that change to the equipment specs, depending on the layout of the ball, you wanted something that was going to change direction, not a crazy change in direction, something a little bit smoother, but then also would roll nice and strong to the pocket. I'm trying to think. I had a couple ripped solids.
Okay.
That I had drilled kind of differently layout-wise, but definitely ones that had that change down lane that I liked a lot. It wasn't just staying up the back of it and getting it to roll forward, but making that change down lane to roll into the pocket. So I think something that I've noticed a lot in the last few years, not every collegiate girl, but a lot of them are very good at being up the back of it, getting it to roll forward in that sense. You don't have a lot of girls that have a lot of hand. I think for a while there were a lot that threw on a revs or some sort of wrist device, which I think prevents you from really being able to get around it a lot. Keeps you in a strong position, obviously, but it limits some of the additional motion once you take it off. So you definitely want balls that are going to make that directional change and roll into the pocket when you don't have the opportunity to change your at the release. So let's see, we have St. Francis and Missouri Baptist 39 and 40 in the third frame. Pretty good start for a few of the bowlers on both teams.
And it does look like across the building, and you can't see all the way, of course, to the low side. And just as that again, here's our guy Shane bringing us standings.
Shout out to Shane again. He is on it today. Wichita still leading. Just ahead of St. Xavier. Let's look at game
How about
3.
that?
How about that? Strong start for Wichita.
Would you care to read the standings?
I would love to read the standings. Oh, St. Xavier making a nice little move. Wichita State in first right now, plus 16, 3,016 for 3 games. St. Xavier making a move from 4th to 2nd, 29.92. Robert Morris staying in 3rd, 29.54. Mount Mercy dropping from 2nd to 4th, 29.53. So it's going to be a nice little battle, I think, between those two teams. Rounding out the top 5, Grandview University at 28.64. Midland in 6th with 28.36. Lindenwood, big jump that game from 13th to 7th.
How about that?
28.15. Shout out to Lindenwood.
14th to 5th, Grandview.
Oh, I didn't even see that. You're right. We did talk about that, though. St. Ambrose in 8th, 27.83. Newman University, 27.82. They were in 18th after 2. In top 10, Iowa Central Community College, 27.78. So definitely some movement. Game 3, transitional game, obviously. I think you started to definitely see a few of the girls get a little left. So we're going to see how the lanes continue to transition into game 4. And if they can capitalize on the, I think, mistake room that's probably out there a little bit more if you are going to go left to right. So
There's some hold that may have developed at this point in time.
definitely, definitely. We have Ottawa University right now on lane 42. The baby split. Their 4th bowler. Their lineup, Danny Hickey from Stryker, Ohio. 2nd, Becca Loker. Looks like from Canada. Caitlin George from Dallas, Texas. Reagan Laurie?
Yeah.
From Washington. And then Elena Burris from Shawnee, Kansas. From running out the top 5. Right now, Elena's up. 2nd frame, struck in the 1st. See if she can get her team back on track after Caitlin and Reagan both split, it looks like, in that 2nd frame. Ottawa, newer program.
Yes.
We'll say.
They go back and check to see how long they have been in attendance, or not in attendance, established.
Established.
That's the better term there. Speaking of, well, you mentioned Missouri. You mentioned just Shawnee, Kansas. How far is Shawnee from?
Just outside of Kansas City.
Okay.
It's just on the other side of the state line. Obviously, you have the suburbs, but KCK, Kansas City, Kansas, Shawnee, Overland Park, and as you get a little bit further west, you get into like Olathe. Actually, I should say southwest. Olathe, and then obviously you're making your way into Miami County, which puts you where Ottawa is. They're not Miami County. I should have phrased that better. They are on your way to 35. But you're going to run into where Ottawa is, where Baker is. Then you're going to hit Emporia, and then on down from there. But Shawnee is just a basic suburb of Kansas City. A lot of people will tell you they're from Kansas City, and you ask them where, and they say Shawnee or Overland Park. And just 'cause it's easier, but it is just outside. So a few minutes over the border, basically.
So before we went to break, you had briefly mentioned something about we were talking about the state of Nevada and how much you would probably be within that state a couple of times this year to bowl some events, or I should say in 2020. And then you mentioned something about a Hall of Fame.
A Hall of Fame.
And it sounds like someone in this respective booth right now will be inducted into a state Hall of Fame of some kind in 2020. Who do you know who that might be?
I'll give you two guesses.
It's
Your
not
first
me.
one doesn't count. No, actually, I was bestowed a pretty awesome honor, actually. I was nominated by a Kansas City. I don't know if he's actually on the board in Kansas City for the Kansas City USBC, but I know he's on the state board, named Bob Fields. He had contacted me and let me know that he was nominating me. I honestly didn't think I was going to get it. To be in a Hall of Fame with the likes of Dick Weber and Pete Weber, obviously at that point, is pretty amazing. But I didn't honestly think I'd get it. I was like, oh, okay, no worries. I'll give you the information you need, and we'll go from there. And I got a call on Monday or Tuesday of this week from Frank Barnhart, who's the president of the Missouri State USBC, letting me know that I was selected and elected to the Hall of Fame. So pretty awesome honor. I didn't expect it. For some reason in my mind, I still feel like I'm like 21, 22, like just really starting my adult bowling career. At least I like to think so, because I don't want to think about how old I actually am. But I happen to be going in at the same time as a lady named Vicki Bowman, who was my stepmom for a few years. Great ambassador for the sport. Loves bowling. She loves the Chiefs. Go Chiefs. It's slightly poetic that we're going in the same time. She was pretty instrumental in my earlier bowling career. She used to pick me up from school. She'd drive 25, 30 minutes to pick me up from grade school to take me to her bowling center so I could bowl league, and then drove me home. But it's an awesome honor. I'm very humbled by it, and obviously honored that the state USBC has thought of me worthy enough to go into the Hall of Fame. So I'm excited.
Congratulations.
Definitely excited. Thank you so much. It's going to be a whirlwind few days, I feel like, between bowling men's nationals and then flying straight to Kansas City to go to, I think it's in Columbia this year, so center of the state. So.
Yeah, that's what it was. She said, so you're going to the Open Championships, and what dates?
28th and 29th.
28th and 29th.
So we'll hope that my team, which I have to say I'm super lucky in the teams that I get to compete at the Open Championships and the Women's Championships with. I mentioned earlier, obviously, my women's team is Carolyn Doran-Ballard, who's just amazing in every aspect. Marcia Klemkin and Brittany Hamilton, which is now LaGeorge, who bowled for Vanderbilt. Marcia bowled for University of Florida. She was a Gator.
Really?
Carolyn obviously bowled for West Texas back in the day. But my men's team is, bowlers you may have heard of. But
this sounds like a list that's about to be the who's who. The women's list was already a who's who.
My men's team is Alex Hoskins, who
Okay.
works for Storm. He made back-to-back Masters shows, right? Kid named Eric Hatchett from Las Vegas. He actually won the New Mexico Open last year, I want to say, in 2018. Good, strong bowler, young. I did not know him personally. I'd heard of him, but New Mexico Open is a very tough tournament, actually, to win. It's very, very tough. David Haynes, little-known David Haynes, Team USA star. And Steve Klemkin, USBC Hall of Famer and former Wichita State bowler that he is. So yeah, I have a very good men's team too. So it's fun. My Open Championships team. I love these guys. They're awesome. I wouldn't trade any of them.
So you get to bowl with both Clemsons.
I get to bowl with both Klemkins, yes. And Marcia is my doubles partner in the Open Championships. And then Carolyn is my doubles partner in the Women's Championships. But I do tell Carolyn every single year she better bring her A game. I mean, first time we got to bowl together, I was actually kind of a fill-in. My team had kind of dismantled because they told us they didn't have spots and none of us could really make it work before the Queens. And it happened to be that one of their bowlers had dropped out, so I flew into Louisiana early, a couple years ago, to bowl with them right before the Queens. And we ended up, through the changes that they made to the team structures, we were able to put together a pretty good team, and it's fun. I have a blast. Both teams are amazing, I will say that, but I do love bowling with my teams. What do we got going on 39 and 40, Emil?
Well, I was just trying to make sure that we know who has the front five right now.
St. Francis is
and
number 2 bowler.
Unfortunately,
Holly?
there are two. Well, on the sheet, there's room for two teams basically, but each team respectively has been filling it out for themselves and finishing it out. But looks like both St. Francis probably has utilized this form a couple times already.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's one that has Holly in the number 2 position. There's another that has Dana in that same position. So we want to make sure we give the proper credit where the credit is due.
Holly Helsper, if that is who it is. I think it actually might be, because there's only 5 up here at the top. I think these might be their subs or their additional. Wait. No, that doesn't make sense. I might have to go ask just because I want to make sure we do give credit. She has a very good start for her team.
I am going to utilize the World Wide Web.
The World Wide Web.
So we'll pull up Dana, and we'll also pull up
Holly Helsper.
And we will see. Shout out to St. Francis Fighting Saints Sports Information Department. We've got, looks like, updated photos.
It is, I think they do an excellent job here.
Each of their respective players, so that's always a plus.
It's a pretty big difference, too, because Holly is a freshman.
Indeed, Elgin, Illinois. And Dana here from Preston, Illinois. There is no mistake about who their normal anchor is, and that is Abby Ragsdale, the reigning most valuable player across the collegiate landscape on the women's side of things. She's won just about everything you could win at this point, minus, of course, a national championship. She's been Rookie of the Year. She's been Player of the Year. She's even, in between that time, has made a Junior Gold TV show a couple years back in Dallas.
Is she a senior this year?
In the U20 division. I think she is, although, there's some players out there where you go, man, she just doesn't seem like a senior, but I think Abby, is indeed a senior.
So what a way to go if she could capture.
It's definitely been a career that you would certainly hope or envision when you enter college bowling.
Absolutely.
To be Rookie of the Year, then to win Player of the Year, and multiple facets too. She was the NAIA Player of the Year. From a collegiate standpoint, she was the National Collegiate Bowling Coaches Association Player of the Year. That's an award that that is given out during the Night of Champions banquet.
Yes.
At ITCs. First team All-American, both the coaches and NAIA. And so, literally everything you could win.
Absolutely.
So it is indeed that last opportunity for Abby.
Now I wonder if she's planning on joining.
Certainly hope so.
When she is done, because she's seemingly has the talent to do so.
In some fashion. Right now, talking to Coach Tony Talley, and you don't see it on the screen, but just to the left, Abby and Tony having a combo, and I think talking about, how this particular pair of these lanes might be playing and what they need to do to be successful. Difficult to go pair to pair at Collegiate Bowl because there's a lot of unknown. And at this point, you're just quite, not sure unless you were nearby.
Yes.
Where someone started when you're in Game 4, and that was 3 games ago at this point.
I will say, I remember though, not bowling, or not being in the lineup, I should say, when I was in school, and we kind of scouted. We kind of wanted to see if the pair we were going to, how we're playing. Obviously, the more information makes the job a little bit easier when you do go pair to pair. I'm kind of surprised I haven't seen a little bit more of that, but maybe they attack it a little differently.
I think you do, and I do think I think it's very based on the teams involved. We talk a lot about that at the professional level, where not only players are doing it, but ball reps are going out scouting pairs for respective players. But on certain teams, those who aren't bowling, that is one of the responsibilities. Again, not every team does it. Perhaps they will now that we're talking about it and having a conversation. But it is a very good thing to do, obviously. And the only way to really know or to have any semblance of an idea is to, hey, who's not bowling, give us a quick look, maybe spend a frame or two. I guess that would be my thing. How long would you spend looking at a pair of lanes?
Definitely. I would think more towards the end of the game. Obviously, you don't want to go too early. But I also think this is when communication becomes so important, and understanding what you're seeing and being able to communicate that effectively back to your team. Because obviously not everybody is going to be playing the lane exactly the same on the team. You're going to have girls that have different rotation, more revs, less revs. Obviously, there's so many factors that become involved, but being able just to kind of get an over idea of where the lane is playing is super important. So I think of the girls that are not in the lineup, you definitely want to send your best person if you're going to send somebody that really truly might understand how to read the lane better than others. So. Let's see if Megan from St. Francis can spare this and get a confirmation on who our number 2 bowler is for St. Francis. All right. I don't think that, I think it might be Dana, actually. Let's go back to Dana.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I think we ask.
I
I'm going with
definitely
Holly.
do.
I think it's Holly.
Okay. So
It's
you
Holly.
think
Yes.
I think it's Dana.
I think it's Holly.
Am I going to go 0 for 3? I might go 0 for 3.
You might. Yeah,
I
think it's
am.
Holly.
The parents behind me are telling me it's But see, I feel like that's like 2.5 because I did think that this was the lineup,
You're right.
the top one.
You did.
So I feel like
I'll give you that.
I had I was going in the right direction.
So now, Megan Allensworth, Holly Helsberg,
Sam Hadigan, it looks like, from Valparaiso.
Caitlin Yursich, and Abby Ragsdale.
Abby Ragsdale. And we can round out our lineups because Missouri Baptist is also bowling on 39 and 40. They're on 39. Mackenzie Umscheid from Waterloo, Illinois. Kaylin Sinaldi, looks like from St. Charles, Mo.
Yes, indeed.
Caitlin Matsushima from Hawaii. I'm not not going to try to pronounce that town just yet. Haley Dunn from Millstadt, Illinois, and Megan Odom, it looks like, from Columbia, Illinois, for Missouri Baptist. A little bit of a rough start this game, so hopefully they can regroup for the second half and finish strong. St. Francis's number 4 bowler, Caitlin Yersick, on a double right now. She looks like she left a stone 9-pin.
We haven't seen a lot of those today, which is a good thing for the players, of course.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
not a lot of stone 9s. Haven't seen any stone 8s.
That stone 7 has been the
Yes,
culprit
the
most
high
of the day.
flush rough 7-pin has been.
Let's check in on 41 and 42. Ottawa and Clark.
Good start here for Ottawa. For the most part, I see a couple of splits amongst the players, but that looks like the lone opens a minus one mismakeable.
It's not too terrible through 5.
Wow. Nice spare. Took that down the way you would think, especially on this type of pattern. Abby trying to figure some things out, but she crosses over.
Stepped out of that shot a little early. Didn't look like she liked it too much, but get that lucky carry. I used to say, if you're going to throw it bad, throw it really bad. I think you'll strike more. Because Lord knows, you need a little bit of luck.
Yes, yes. In this sport we call bowling, a little bit of that is necessary. Get done what you need to get done sometimes. Again, if you are just joining us, this is Game 4 of 6. My name is Emil Williams Jr. I am joined by Shannon Sellens. Shannon, what's normally when someone is on the air and someone introducing another player, so play-by-play is introducing the analyst, for example, they may preface by saying some form of accomplishment, acknowledgement about said player. So what's a good besides future Missouri State Hall of Famer?
I'm Anthony Pepe's Lucy doubles partner.
Okay. All right.
No. Oh, gosh. What have I done? I mean, obviously, I've had some good finishes on
Finished
tour.
5th at the 2019 U.S. Women's Open.
Yes. First TV
Shannon
show in a
Sellens.
few years.
How many have you made?
How many TV shows have I
Yes.
made? On television, I've made, and on live streaming, I've made 1. The first year the tour was back, I made the Wichita Open show. So that was kind of exciting. Just to be back in Wichita, where I went to college and bowled for Wichita State. It was kind of cute. The camp, the Wichita State does a camp every year, a couple times in the summer, for bowlers coming into the program, as well as other junior bowlers that are not quite in college yet. They actually brought the campers to the finals. So that was fun to have a little built-in cheering section. But as far as television shows, my first show, as we were talking earlier about the Cherry Bowl, was in Rockford, Illinois, at the Cherry Bowl at the Collegiate Pro Doubles Challenge. I made the show with Kathy Doran Lizzie, the younger sister of Carolyn Doran Ballard. Both went to West Texas. Could not have been matched with a better partner for that particular event. We got to separately, and then they matched 1 and 1, 2 and 2, 3 and 3 across the board. And Kathy's a fighter. Man, I thoroughly enjoyed bowling with her, and still stay in contact with her to this day. I love that family, actually. And then my second year, same event, same center, but we made it they made it a singles tournament my second year. Made the show again. I was the only bowler that made the show both years of the 10 of us that made the show. And after that, the tour had folded, and then I made the U.S. Open telecast, obviously, this past summer. So a little bit of experience. Not a lot, but a little. It's fun. Bowling on national television is a lot of fun. I thoroughly recommend it to anybody. It's always a good time. It's just a different experience, and it really is. It's kind of an awesome experience. I wish there was a better word for it, but overall, it's a lot of fun. So
I mean, really, anything that kind of that you feel is the way to describe it, because I think everyone who's been on national TV would say it's a positive experience overall. They still might use different adjectives or superlatives to describe it. And some could say it was just downright terrifying because the first shot can be that way.
Absolutely. I think it's been a while. Obviously, it was 2002 was my first show, so longer than some of these girls have probably been alive, which is kind of a scary thought. But I think that first show was more like don't fall on your face. Just get the ball off your hand and then kind of settle into it. So I have some very, very, very good memories of the Cherry Bowl, and I'm excited, obviously, that it's going back there this coming summer when the tour starts back up for the 6th season. It'll be exciting to go back to where the home of the PWBA was for so long. And hopefully some of these seniors join us at those events. Keep the tour rolling with new talent.
Well, we certainly do hope that, and I imagine we certainly will see at least a couple at some point this season or within the seasons to come, because with the advent of the PWBA tour, we are seeing the next wave of professionals quicker.
Yes.
Obviously, right? Because we get a chance to see them at the collegiate level, but then now they can go right to the PWBA if they would like to. Bowl a few events, whatever time or their schedule allows for. And so we'll be on the lookout for players like an Abby Ragsdale or Caitlin Johnson, for example, from Weber International. We saw Caitlin last week at the Brunswick Southern Collegiate Classic. I believe Weber International.
I don't think they're here this year.
Not here this year.
No, they're not here this year.
They have been here and competed in the past.
Caitlin's a tough little player too. I'll tell you that. I was on the same squad as her during qualifying at the Open this past summer. Great player though. Be exciting to see how she fares once she's out of school.
We'll get into some of the items in regards to the event quickly. There's a lot of history. Of course, this is the season. And Sean Walker was kind enough to give us some cool information. And some of them that we'll talk about the previous champions. And I think we'll see St. Ambrose for sure tomorrow morning. They'll be one of our first teams in Baker. They've won 3 out of the last 4. On the women's side.
Wow, okay. I know Wichita's won it a few times as well, but I don't know what last year was. But information.
I do.
I'm going to steal that little tidbit from you. Of course, it's probably still sitting there. Yes. Looks like our defending champions on the men's side, Grandview University, on the women's side, St. Ambrose, yes. Wichita State actually won it in 2017, so they broke up St. Ambrose's run. And then Grandview actually in 2014 on the women's side. We just saw Grandview on our live stream pair. though, Wichita State leads the women for most wins overall. They've won it 6 times, followed by St. Ambrose at 3, and then Lindenwood winning it 2 times.
Six times?
6 times for Wichita State's women. See some schools that were super big powerhouses back whenever I was in college. Saginaw Valley from the men's side, Vincennes. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, a couple Wichita bowlers went to Vincennes before they came to Wichita.
During your time, you're saying?
Before I was there, actually. In fact, if I want to say Rick Steelsmith went to Vincennes before he came to Wichita.
I'm almost positive that is correct.
Yeah. And he is now leading the men's team.
Yes, he is. Full circle.
Tell you what, that's somebody I could watch bowl all day back when he was an amateur bowler. He threw the ball so phenomenally well. Sometimes you just have to sit in awe of like someone's physical game because they just throw the ball so well, and he was one of those. Who's your like person that you're just like, wow?
That's a good question. One that just off the top of my head would be Mike Bacon.
Yes.
Boy, really good question.
One of the things I like, though, actually about Mike Fagan, I'm actually glad you brought that up because I bowled in college when Mike was in college. He bowled for St. John's. He's somebody that has so much natural talent, but when he first went out on tour, it didn't match up. He bowled okay, great, and then he really decided if this is what he wanted to do, he kind of rebuilt his game in a sense and made it match what the tour demanded of a player. 2 years ago, he was inducted into the Long Island USBC Hall of Fame, a very much overdue honor. And I said it, I was there actually when he was inducted, and I said I knew he loved bowling, but I didn't know really how much until I listened to his resume. And I said I always knew he was good at bowling, but I didn't realize how good he was until I heard all of his accolades. The medals he's won, the tournaments he's won, his title, I mean everything. Outstanding player though, I will say. Definitely somebody who took advantage of all the opportunities he could while he was bowling. I know now he's still in the bowling business, I believe. I think he works for Robbie Spigner.
Yeah, I think that group bought a couple of centers in Minnesota.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
It's cold. And
I keep talking about the coldness and
I know. I'm just
live on the East Coast.
I know, but I was just not ready for this. I feel like I was made to be in a climate that requires flip-flops.
Well, you know, you can change that.
I know.
You can always
I know, but
move to said climate.
that'd be another move. I don't know.
I mean, you might as well.
I mean, I live at the beach, but it's kind of cold right now at the beach, so I just take advantage of it for 3 months out of the year. I will say, Holly still has a great game going. 173 in the 7th, spare in the 8th. She can finish out strong. Something about the number 2 bowler. A lot of these really great games are coming from that number 2 bowler.
That's true. That's which, you know, historically, and not just collegiate bowling, but anytime there's a 5-player lineup, the number 2 position seems to have this this aura about it. Like it's like sometimes you kind of go and hide a player there if that player is struggling, especially in like a Baker format where you need that player in the lineup. They just need a few frames to kind of figure some things out. So they may be moved to a position like that where they can, it's almost like they can just kind of figure some things out without being disruptive.
Too detrimental.
In a sense. But the reality is every lineup needs some production from that position, no matter what's happening. Nice shot there. Mobap quietly doing some good things here. I always call them Mobap because that's what we used to call them back in our time or my time, I should say, at Lindenwood. And
that was Caitlin Sinaldi, a big double going into that foundation frame.
St. Francis, in regards to the standings, 11th at 27.76. So this would be a big positive. And if they can find out a couple of games from individually first and foremost. The team, to my knowledge, has shot 1,100 to this point. But the way things are setting up for St. Francis, they could find themselves in a 10-50 plus situation.
Absolutely. I'm looking over to my right here. I know they're on 43 and 44, but Rock Valley's first bowler right now. Shoot 234 if she doubles. It's a nice little rebound, I feel like, from last game. They shot 858 game 3, but starting them off strong. Yeah. Finished with 219, it looks like.
We are, about 4.5 hours at this point since we have gone live. Again, don't forget the men's varsity division is also being streamed live on Bowl TV. You can go hang out with Aaron Smith and check in on what the men are doing if you haven't already.
Yes, Aaron over at the men's center. Getting some action. 300 earlier today.
No 300s here that we know of. And
but we have had a 710 conversion.
Yes, we did. And I still didn't let's scroll through the chat right now. That was from Kansas Wesleyan.
Yes. Game 2? No, game 1? Game 2?
I think it was game 1.
Yeah, let's see where they started. I can tell you for sure.
I'm almost positive it was Stacy, actually.
Stacey?
Oh, I'm sorry, it was Carolina. Carolina from Kansas Wesleyan. And they were...
Carolina Snowden.
Yep, she was instrumental in that Mid-States Championships win. Speaking of Kansas Wesleyan, I don't believe we're going to see them today. We will have Waldorf, Lindenwood, Newman, and Hastings in Game 5, and Illinois State, Iowa State, Morningside, Columbia.
No, we will
College.
see, you're correct. We'll see Kansas Wesleyan tomorrow during the second set of Baker games, 5 through 8. We'll get a look at them. We'll see how much momentum they have going into day 2.
Well, right
sure
now
where they're at right now.
They're sitting in 12th after 3 games.
Okay.
Again, the top 8, folks, the top 8 teams after today's 6 traditional games and tomorrow's 16 Baker games will advance to bracket play to determine the event champion. From a rankings perspective, when we talked about the PowerPoints and the collegebowling.com,
Yes.
USBC Collegiate Power Rankings, the scores and the competition that counts for the ranking system ends at the end of Baker. So everything from today through tomorrow's Baker competition goes towards the ranking point. So essentially, whoever is leading the way after tomorrow's Baker will earn the most power points that they could possibly earn.
Looks like we're coming into the 10th frame right now for St. Francis and Missouri Baptist. Big triple for leadoff bowler from St. Francis. Megan Allensworth. What was your favorite collegiate tournament, Emil?
Wow, my favorite, the Intercollegiate Team Championships, specifically in 2005.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say you guys won that year.
That is correct. But to answer your question, I don't know. They all were very cool and good at for most of the time. I won't even say the ones we were successful at because we didn't win a lot of tournaments during my time.
But you won the one that mattered.
We did win the one that mattered. Yes.
Doesn't matter how you get there as long as you get there.
I would say my favorite tournament probably was the Boilermaker Classic.
Okay.
And there's a reason. There's a story behind why I'm saying that. And I will watch the end of our 10th frame here for St. Francis before I get into that story.
I like it. I actually can't wait to hear this.
Allensworth through a couple in the 10th.
Obviously, you were in college after me.
Correct.
So I'm excited to hear.
Not by much, though.
Not by much. Actually, I think your first year would have been what was my 3rd year. But I'm excited to hear the story. And looks like Ottawa and Clark starting their 9th frame right now. Ottawa actually not having too bad of a game. They're going to see if they can finish strong, stay up, or make a move this game. They're in 17th right now after 3.
Let's pop a few scores back while we have a chance. And again, folks, I mentioned this earlier, but we have had some intermittent connectivity issues in the building, so you may every now and then see a freeze or drop of a stream, and been taking a peek and trying to get you back as soon as possible. So if you see a black screen, just quick hit refresh for us, and that should get it done. All right, 198 for Allensworth. And even with, of course, the players coming in on the field, we determined that Holly was in Francis, and what a job she has done. One more, and she will be in the 250s.
She definitely did her job this game. That's all you can ask.
And
clean.
She gets it.
She gets that second hit in the 10th.
Clips the 10 out, and wow. So she's going to be, with good count, in the 250s. And has really set up the lineup for St. Francis. Everyone from 3 to 5 working on a spare at least. So
it's going to be a huge game for them.
Absolutely. Good momentum heading into the 10th frame for each respective player. St. Francis, I talked about Grandview. If they were to shoot a big game, I thought they would move into the top 10. They moved all the way to 5th. With their, what did they shoot, 1050?
Yes, 1050 last game.
And so, St. Francis they won't get to 1050, I don't think. But, let's see. Oh, they could.
No, they could, absolutely.
They could. They'll need a couple doubles from each player, but they could get there.
Definitely.
All right, so the Boilermaker Classic. What's up, Chris? It's probably my favorite tournament, just kind of a standard event, if you will. And the fall of 2006, so the 06-07 season, was my last year, and many of the teams last year. So myself, Shay, Dre, Jesse. Oh yeah, we had a very veteran senior late group because we all came in at the same time, which is very rare. So when you get a class, to be able to do that. So one of our normal events on the schedule was the Brunswick Southern Collegiate Classic that I just was at last week in Atlanta, and always enjoyed going there, making the trip. That was like our longest trip too. So
How many hours is that for you?
It was like 11.
Drove it.
Yes, we hopped on the bus. We used to always stop at a particular rest stop in Tennessee, and it was like overlooking the river and stuff, and it was really cool. And so we were en route. We were on the way to Atlanta, on the bus, the whole nine. And all of a sudden, I think we were like a couple hours into the trip. All of a sudden, Coach turns around, or at least the word started to make its way back, right? So from the front of the bus to the back of the bus, the word started making it back that there's a possibility that our entry form did not make it into the to Atlanta. Basically, Randy may have forgotten.
Is this like a quote unquote may have forgotten?
Yes, may have forgotten that to send in the entry form. So I remember Randy gets on the phone. He calls tournament director. The funny thing is, Dennis Lockhart, who was the tournament director at that event, is still the tournament director, and I think he's been doing it since '97.
Oh,
We talked,
yeah.
but we called this story, and he remembered talking to Randy, and he felt bad, but he couldn't get us in. You know, I think there was already a waiting list, so you know, he couldn't make any exceptions, and it was just a tough thing. Is, you know, Mobap shoots 828. So here we are with basically a couple hours into going to Atlanta with two teams, men's and women's. And, you know, this was a tier 1, so I don't think we didn't bring any additional teams at this point. We were notorious, by the way, for bringing, you know, 5 teams at a time. St. Francis, high flush. Caitlin Yursich. They are going to be plus this game. So getting back to the story, there's this moment or moments really of we have no idea what's about to happen now, right? We're on our way to a tournament that now we can't compete
Can't
in.
bowl in.
So, you know, we assumed that we were probably going back to school. Well, I think Randy and probably Phil too realized that there were some other events potentially that were going on the same weekend. And so one of those events was the Boilermaker Classic, which is in West Lafayette, where Purdue is located.
Yes.
It was a Purdue University hosted event. And so we you know, turned the bus around basically and headed in that direction. And when we arrived, right, because we were supposed to be bowling in Atlanta. And generally most teams, when you talk to teams, you see them every week, you know each other's schedules. Hey, I'll see you next week. No, we're going to Atlanta. What, right? We walk in the building Saturday morning, and the looks on team faces when they saw us walk in, because we weren't supposed to be there. One of the best things I've ever seen in my life.
They suddenly felt like they were going to get second.
It was. I'm not going to lie. Listen, folks. I'm not telling you a story. I am telling you a story, but I'm not telling you a story. Meaning, I'm not lying.
Yes.
Folks looked at us like, "Oh, wait a minute. What's happening? Why are they here? What's going on?" So, you know, we end up telling the story. But needless to say, we went on to destroy that tournament.
Oh.
We demolished it.
Yeah? You guys were ready.
We won by a lot.
Not a little. You won by a lot.
We won by a lot. And it was that moment I realized, I mean, you know your team's good.
Yeah.
But the respect level that other teams had for it, you know, and we certainly had a lot of respect for our peers too, but to see it kind of on the other side, like, I guess I'd never really paid attention to it in that sense.
Absolutely.
Was one of the things I'll never forget. So that was one of the best wins outside of a national championship that I was a part of.
I get told that. Funny enough, I get told that a lot when I walk into women's tournaments in the Northeast, and I'm like you. I don't really notice it. Had never really noticed it, but definitely people will say it to me after the fact, or you know, we'll be talking and it'll kind of just get put in, and it's the Shannon just showed up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's I laugh a little bit about it. It sounds weird to say out loud, but I don't see it the same way just because I'm not looking. I don't think I'm looking for it, but I definitely I know what you're talking about. Oh, an unfortunate open in the 10th frame, but still a great game. 10-23.
Rare miss. Yes, rare miss for Abby and have been clean despite the struggles. We're in the 10th frame, but that 10-23 at this point for St. Francis, after being in 11th, probably gets them into the top 10. I would think, as now we turn our attentions to 40 and 41. Or 41.
That's only going to put them one under, too. So I think definitely, if not higher than 10th, 9th, 10th, something like that, I would think they're going to jump a few spots if I was to be a betting woman.
I'm so serious about telling a truthful story to the good folks of Bowl TV that I'm now trying to figure out. Oh, there's no standings.
I have to say, collegebowling.com, it's so funny because it looks exactly like it did whenever I was in school.
Yeah, shout out to Carl Nikolai and Joe Ciccone. They actually came up with the formula.
Okay.
Essentially for
I
the
did not
power
know that.
rankings, yes. And for those that are curious, you can just go to collegebowling.com. Right on the homepage, there's a part about some of the patterns, lane patterns that are now used and can be used in college. And but also there's a lot of info about specifics to how the rankings are determined, what goes into it, who helped create it, etc. It was also, I'll finish that story by saying, I did not win a collegiate tournament individually.
Okay.
But that tournament was I shouldn't say my only opportunity, because I had plenty of opportunities, but I was leading going into the final game. Shot 140.
Oh.
Yeah. Dropped to third.
Did you miss some spares?
I had a lot of
bit?
splits. I had a lot of splits, and it was actually, looking back on it, it was just one of those things where you realize some weaknesses in your game. And I was always had some trouble when I had to get left. And so for me, it was, okay, if you're going to get left, then you got to figure out how and what to do with your hand. And then the other thing was, what bowling ball should I throw? And equipment. Like, I just think the take on equipment now is much different than it was
absolutely.
when we bowled.
Absolutely. It's funny. I throw 14-pound equipment now. When I was in college, I threw 15. But definitely now, I'm able to read my ball reaction so much better than I ever was able to read it, even in college, before college, getting out of college. I definitely didn't even realize, like, I didn't see it the same way. Moving east and moving to New York and bowling as much as I did the first few years that I was there, it was an education in a lot of ways on ball motion, just being able to read the carry, and really understanding what to throw, when to throw it. I will say it's definitely made me a better bowler when I moved east. It's tough. New York's tough. There's a lot of great bowlers in New York, not just on Long Island where I am, or even in the city. You get upstate, Rochester, Buffalo, it is loaded with so it was great. I competed against some really great bowlers every single weekend, but definitely an education. So.
Well, I've got to stand corrected.
Uh-oh.
I just remember us dominating that tournament. But maybe it was just me, because we won, getting overly excited all of this time. It turns out that we only won by 19 pins.
I mean, an inch or a mile, same, right?
I feel like it just feels like that just was not correct.
So much more.
That's interesting. I wonder why. You know what I think it was? No, I can't even say that. I don't know. Now I'm curious. I don't know. So lost now. But shout out to Purdue, because they finished second, according to collegebowling.com. I'll certainly go with what's there, with 19 pins left. 19-pin deficit. 4-bagger.
For Reagan, it looks like.
And that four-bagger, I think, is we'll see what happens on the field, but
That's a huge four-bagger, actually.
they're going to need some help from their anchor player and Elena, but that could get them. That strike could have gotten potentially them to a game of plus, meaning 1,000 or more.
They are right now sitting in 17th after 3.
I just really hyped that thing up. People are like, "Oh, we can't listen to Emil tell anymore." He's just going to falsify some of the details.
This is true. This is true. That's okay, though.
That was a good year either way, though. That was the first 4 to 5 events for me were all American-esque.
I like it.
All American-esque. Second half, not so much. First half, absolutely.
I remember we bowled in Chicago one year. I can't remember what tournament it was, but I didn't start the tournament, but they put me in the last 2 games of the first day, and I went 240, 250, and I was good. I was done. I came in, I did my job, paid attention to all the moves everybody was making, came in, struck a lot, and it was a good tournament. I only bowled a few games that tournament, but it was a good tournament, I will say.
And I just talked about, just need a little help from the anchor player and for Ottawa, and Elena throws a great shot, leaves a 4-9.
Oof. I've seen a few of those today, actually, I will say. I feel like you're playing hard on these poor girls.
Well, now that you're in this chair, you should be prepared to, unfortunately, jinx a few athletes every now and then.
Okay, I'm going to remember that next time I'm bowling and I'm on the live stream pair and you're sitting behind me.
You already know I'm guilty.
I'll be like, it is Emil's fault. That is okay. Still a strong game, though. Let's see if she can shoot it. Oh, she went for it. 167, unfortunately. 987 team, it looks like. But still, I